one's always first to go. That's what they do. They start out with the media and the news. They target all the people with different views. And if you're not the next in line, you will be soon. 'Cause everybody pays the price, and you will too. Whether you're the radical or the fool, you might laugh when they come from me, but when they do, no one will be left to care when it's you. And you might not be next, but your day is gonna come. You don't have to guess, it's just gonna start. Whether it's the immigrants or the Jews, there's always an enemy for them to choose. It starts off with the socialists and the schools, until one day the enemy starts to look like you. And then you cry for help, but no one's there, 'cause there's nobody with a spine left for you to scare. And when they come for you, you better pray that when you go in the blue, they don't put it in your face. You might not be next, but your day is gonna come. You don't have to guess, it's as good as done. Now everybody else is gone. There's no one else for you to blame. There's nobody left. You're next. You're next. You're next.
That's Moonwalker, folks. Moonwalker. He's on tour right now. Make sure you check it out. They got a big tour schedule. Check out the website or something. He's all over America. Unfortunately, no Canadian dates. Like and subscribe, folks. Absolutely haunting. Beautiful music from Moonwalker. Check out the whole Wasteland Country album. Can't recommend it enough. I really can't. Got this great track called The List. He's, The World You Built. I mean,
His name is on the list, written at the top.
Peak.
He says it don't exist unless they cross it off. He wants us to forgive.
the kind of motherfucker that makes Asmongold feel, inadequate.
It's hard to see the truth in the sea of
shivers. Gives me shivers. Make sure you check them out. Make sure you check them out. Oh yeah, they go pretty hard on the distortion near the end of the track. Moonwalker, Moonwalker, Moonwalker. I tell you, if I had any clout whatsoever, you know, I'd let this person perform on my show, you know. I've always imagined, you know, kind of like a talk show kind of setup. And you know how like the talk show host would sit in the back in the dark while the musical artist, you know, like off to the side plays. So good. Welcome back, Heterodotos. Welcome back, Rebel Phoenix. Welcome back, Markov Ramus. Welcome back, Alexander Maxim. What are we doing today? You know what the fuck we're doing today. It's World War II time, baby. You ready for this shit? You ready to die in the Epstein War? Welcome back, female eunuchs. We're gonna keep BBC running up here because you know I like a big, fat, veiny BBC on my screen constantly. That's how I roll. Don't judge me. We're going to keep it up here. The main reason is that at any moment, Donald Trump, who thinks he's on a motherfucking roll, hard to believe, but he does. You know, this is what an egoist surrounded by yes men looks like. But this motherfucker might roll into Cuba at any moment. Speculation is that he might even try to start it this weekend. I tell you, Marco Rubio, every time I see this guy, it looks like he wants to fucking walk off a bridge. How many wars? Yeah, that's at the same time. Yeah, I don't know. Enough. Enough.
Bump the tricks out.
You're gonna be listening to HP Shouty when I need a beat. You'll be bumping that HP Shouty when I need a beat. Yeah, I'm white. Leave me alone. It's either this, or it's this. It's either HP Shouty or the Taco Bell Racing 4th Meal Drive for Game Boy Advance. You get no other choice. Where you put the bodies. My buddy Jeffrey's got a great place to put the bodies. So if you don't know what the hell this is totally wild, folks. This is absolutely wild. There's people on the internet are making OSTs, original soundtracks, for video games based off fast food properties or other consumer goods like Sweet Baby Ray's barbecue sauce. These games don't exist, but the soundtrack exists. I'm obsessed. I'm actually obsessed. Okay, we got Taco Bell Racing, we got Subway Symphony of Toasted Pain for Nintendo 64. Sometimes they use the sound font from the system, other times they don't. There's one for Arby's. Okay, computer using an N64 sound font? Yeah, that does sound good. Okay, I'm absolutely obsessed with this, so yeah, I just wanted to talk about this. Hey, how about we just talk about this? I was gonna go to bed last night, but then I went down a rabbit hole, and you know how it is. You end up listening to the to the GoldenEye 64 pause music way too long. I just stared at the screen, just vibing, just fucking vibing, dude. This is such a fucking track. This track it has no right whatsoever on planet Earth to go this fucking hard. Oh yeah. Okay, we done? We done? Can we get to the depressing news now? Okay. God, it's good. Bing bong. Bing bong, bing. Apparently the pipe sound is a tambourine from the movie that's been like slowed down. I mean, goated, it's like we you know, alpha goated, fucking sigma goated, whatever you kids. Come up with some new language to describe this fucking track, dude. Ridiculous. Ridiculous. And you can just fucking hit the pause button and it just hits you, dude. I was there. You know, you kids had to catch up. I was there, man. I was there playing fucking deathmatch with my homie. We'd play on 2x speed, paintball mode, one shot, one kill. I mean, we would just hours, dude. Hours would go by. Game after game after game. It wasn't even a question. Yeah, you weren't even born. I was there. I was there. I got to experience it. You hit pause. You're like, okay, whatever. I gotta go take a piss. And you're like, whoa, dude. What the fuck? What the fuck? Okay, are we done reminiscing? My old ass, my 40-year-old ass. Oh, I still got the card. You know, if you collect N64 games, you kind of end up with GoldenEye. You end up like with a couple copies. It's like Mario Brothers for Nintendo. Oh man. And then Perfect Dark came out, and it was just like, I can't believe this got better. You know, Perfect Dark came out, I was like, I literally can't believe this fucking shit got better, dude. It was unbelievable, but it did. Bots, the modes. Congratulations, Rebel Phoenix. Congratulations. Rebel Phoenix was there. He was fucking there. Oh, Sinclair XL. Holy shit. That's even too old for me, yo. Yeah, I mean, it's like, I don't want to shit on the new stuff. There's some really great was where. I'm there when, you know, GoldenEye came out. When the N64 was the best console you could buy. Oh, man. The fucking Sentry mode on the laptop gun? Oh, shit, dude. Shit. Hell yeah, Atari. Oh, Atari's great. I mean, you know, it's like, it's Battle, the tank game is really good multiplayer on the Atari. Combat, that's what it is. Yeah, Combat. That was really good on the Atari. You could play for hours with a buddy there. Game Boy Advance, yeah, Game Boy Advance was a great console. Portable Super Nintendo with a couple extra frills there. One of the best Mario Karts ever made was made for the Game Boy Advance. Those amazing Castlevania games. You got Golden Sun, great RPG. Oh, you talking about the Cerebral Bore over here? This motherfucker knows. This motherfucker knows what's up. Cerebral Bore was nasty, dude. That shit was nasty. For those who don't know what the Cerebral Bore was, you'd have to get a lock on, and it would launch a homing bug. It was like an animal, and it hit you in the head, and it would drill into your head, and you'd see like blood and brains come out of the fucking guy's head. Hold on. Oh shit, there's songs. That's funny. Oh, there's a whole band called Cerebral Bore. But no, this is what it looked like when you shot somebody with a Cerebral Bore. It was sick. It was just completely sick. Totally unnecessary. This fucking thing, it just dig their brains out, dude. And then blow up. Yeah, so they had that shit in multiplayer. Ridiculous. You can still buy the Turok games. I have all three on PlayStation 4 there. So you too can experience the Cerebral Bore. Yeah, this is Turok 2, but look at that shit, dude. Hell yeah. Cerebral Bore. All right. So, you know, while I'm bloviating, let me just start off with a correction here. Yeah, they're making a Turok movie. I don't know about that. Oh, they're working on a Turok remake. Okay. I must have misheard. I thought it was a movie. That's the World War III I expect to fight in. It's not going to be that cool. Dinosaurs and cerebral bores? No, it's going to be like, dying from a fucking drone being piloted by a 19-year-old halfway across the fucking globe. That's what World War III is. Going to be dying to a fucking grenade, toy with a grenade attached to it. But no, let's start with a correction here. Headline, Iran's president apologizes for strikes on neighbors even as missiles and drones target their cities. So I said last stream that the Iranian, the remnants of the Iranian government, yeah, exactly, female eunuchs, that the strikes against other the Gulf states was the politics of vengeance. And there is some truth to that, but it was actually a much more thought out political strategy where you get everyone involved, right? You make something that the United States and Israel wants to be isolated to just Iran, and you make it into everyone's problem. Okay, so I was definitely wrong on that. Just assuming that it was just just blow up any base, anything, anywhere. I still think it would have been much smarter for Iran to focus all their attention on Israel and the Strait of Hormuz strategically. I don't want anybody to die. Let me make that clear. I don't want war. I don't want to see any of this. I'm just speaking from a strategic military perspective. And I think it would have been much smarter for them to focus on Israel and the Strait of Hormuz and then shame the Gulf states for housing these U.S. bases, try to get these Gulf states on your side. And it looks like I was definitely correct in that it was a strategic mistake, or maybe this was part of the strategy because it was to say, maybe it's better to create a bunch of chaos, get everyone involved, economic situation going crazy. You got the UAE, you got Qatar, now threatening to divest away from the United States. You got, the Donald Trump family is big in, in the investments over there. So now they're questioning those investments. I mean, hell, they gave fucking Trump a $400 million plane. Welcome back, strategy member, by the way. So maybe it was just part of the strategy to, apologize after doing that. But either way, it was a strategic mistake. But the thing that I was incorrect on was that it was just out of vengeance. It was just out of, there wasn't any strategy there. So I'd like to correct myself on that one. And now we're seeing the Iranian president coming out and apologizing to these Gulf states for violating their airspace, for killing people in their state or their country, and if had they not done that, had they not attacked any of these locations, it would have been harder for Israel to attack these locations, which is what we're seeing now. Under the fog of war, Israel is now attacking some of these Gulf states, these Gulf countries, these Gulf nations. And people are like, I don't know if it was Iran. I don't know if it was Israel. I don't know if it's the United States. There's all this confusion now. So I definitely stick to this, that it would have been much smarter strategy-wise to focus on Israel. But I was definitely incorrect that, that it was just, fuck it attitude, right? The fuck it vibe. It was definitely I don't know about viable, but it was definitely a thought out geopolitical strategy to get all these other Gulf nations, Gulf countries, I gotta find the right words. To get them involved. But geopolitically, it might be better if the countries realize they might be next. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, though, is that, I have other headlines here where Panama. We have fun sometimes. Welcome back, Simply Steve. But I have some other headlines as well I'd like to show you where it's like, it's like what I was talking about, how Iran's strategy was incorrect. Absolutely, they have a right to self-defense. Absolutely, they have a right to resist Western hegemony. I mean, the history with the United States and Iran, it's obvious, right? What we did to that country. The history of it, you either know it or you don't, right? It started with Mossadegh. We installed the Shah in a fucking CIA coup that literally the government brags about. Religious extremists, banded together, gained an incredible amount of popular, public popular opinion, and overthrew the Shah, and then installed a Sharia law theocratic nightmare that was now just decapitated. It's not gone though. You got Pete Kegsbreath over here, captain of war crimes. What is his position? He's the not captain, head of the Department of War Crimes, saying it's regime change. It's regime change. It's not regime change. The regime is still there, and they feel so emboldened. They're now going after their own people once again. They're against their protesters, anybody that would try to form a resistance against them. And yeah, the blowback will be real. Welcome back, Lenny, you motherfucking boy. Accidents waiting to happen. #1 podcast on Twitch. Make sure you're checking it out, folks. Really good stuff over there. Sorry I haven't been there for a long time. My life, as soon as I get done with this stream, it's right back to my life. Like, I don't get moments to myself. I and if I do get a moment to myself, I 9 times out of 10, I got to take a nap. You know what I mean? So it's like, I don't have time for anything other than absorbing news while I'm taking care of my son. And then it's, sleep. I do find a little bit of time to work on a personal project. I'm working on something. So I apologize, Lenny, that I don't make an appearance over there on your stream. I feel bad because it's good stuff. So Kristi Noem, of course, fired. We'll get to all that. Let's get to let's just catch up on where we're at. Let's watch this Channel 4 news. Channel 4 news still get them, Seneca. Welcome back, everybody, by the way. Channel 4 news over here just still doing the both sides bullshit. Right. It's amazing. Right. They go through all the crimes that Israel's committing. And then, let's cut to the interview with the guy from Israel who, wow, go figure. Israel can do no wrong. Israel's innocent. Israel doesn't commit crimes. What genocide? I mean, there's literally, I say this sincerely, there's literally no point whatsoever to listen to an interview from a representative from Israel. It's just like with Russia, right? What invasion? It was justified, right? When it comes to Ukraine, we're denazified, just lie after lie after lie, complete reinvention of reality, right? And it's the same thing with Israel. What genocide? And they take it to the next level. Russia tries to do this with their Russophobia stuff, but they take it to the next level when, if anyone dares push back on their lies, it's immediate.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
But Hamas, you're an anti-Semite, but Hamas. And it's, they make, the strategy makes any kind of conversation impossible. That's the point. It's an intentional strategy to try to shut down any kind of critical discussion of what they're doing, what their goal is, right? I've yet to see any of these cowards on, so-called mainstream media outlets even bring up the Greater Israel theory, which is obviously what's happening here. You'll see people that they interview bring up Greater Israel, but you don't see these people, these representatives from Israel, being challenged on what is obviously what the plan is, right? It's obvious to everybody what the, you know, they want the whole fucking Middle East. You got Lindsey Graham over here admitting it. Yeah, it's in the Bible. It's in Genesis. Yeah, that's right. I'm going to take the whole thing. I don't care. Take the whole thing. They got some good shit on Lindsey. Boy, they got the good shit on Lindsey, just like they got the good shit on Donald Trump here. My theory as to why this feels a little different than, you know, the 12-day, 7-day war or whatever it was when Donald Trump blew up their nuclear facilities, is that Israel feels like this is kind of their last chance to do this. So they need to make it big. They need to escalate it. You know, Trump, apparently, according to rumors, welcome back, Estonian. According to rumors, Trump is interested in putting boots on the fucking ground, right? So this is, yeah, I think from Israel's perspective, this is like the last opportunity they're going to get. I don't think they got a PP tape on J.D. Vance, you know, fucking ravaging a couch, right? So this is kind of the last opportunity to get as much as they can out of that compromising material that they have on Trump. And of course, you know, Bibi Netanyahu has wanted to do this for decades. So I'm pretty sure they're holding that over Trump and saying, you're going to do this now, or, you know, we're releasing the tapes. You know, it's really interesting that this tiny little country has the entirety of America wrapped right around its finger. Even the neoliberal corporate Democrats, a good majority of the Democratic Party, you know, are, you know, they're strategically basically going along with this in their own way. They're not standing up against it. They're not fighting back. You know, and they're even worse, because it's like most of the time they don't even have PP tapes on these Democrats. It's just money. That's how pathetic Hakeem Jeffries and Cucky Schumer with his blue balls. That's how pathetic they are. Okay, they don't even have, you know, Cuck Schumer getting a beach from a 14-year-old. They just give him money, and he becomes a loyal soldier, right? That's how pathetic he is. All right, so let's get a catch-up here.
Announced more than 80 of its fighter jets attacked what they called... Israel announced more than 80 of its fighter jets attacked what they called key Iranian military infrastructure across the Iranian capital and central Iran overnight, including Mehrabad Airport in Tehran. Israeli jets also intensified attacks on Lebanon, repeatedly bombing what it said were Hezbollah sites in the southern outskirts of Beirut.
Yeah, that's correct. I'm reading your comments.
It also carried out a special forces operation in the Bekaa Valley to try to retrieve the body of a soldier.
Fetterman, just, you know, Rebel Phoenix here bringing up Fetterman. Fetterman is just pathetic. I mean, what can you say about that individual? Spit on the fucking ground. I don't even have the words to describe my disdain for that piece of fucking garbage. How Israel won the West. Yeah. Yeah. And we're going to, you know, one day we will find out. One day something will leak. Someone will put it out there. Maybe a year from now, maybe 20 years from now, maybe 50 years from now, 100 years from now. But one day we will know.
At least 40 people were killed in that raid, while Iran continued to fire missiles at Israel, but no damage or casualties were reported. And the IRGC, Iran's Revolutionary Guard, say they hit 3 Kurdish separatist positions in Iraqi Kurdistan early this morning. Despite the Iranian president's apologies, the IRGC says its drones struck the US Air Combat Center in Al Dhafra Air Base near Abu Dhabi this morning, and a drone crashed at Dubai Airport. While Kuwait, Qatar and Bahrain have all reported more incoming fire. Saudi Arabia, too, has reported its Sheba oil field has come under a series of attacks in the last 24 hours.
Israel and the US had promised a surge, a new phase in their attacks on Iran. Overnight, Tehran's international airport bearing the brunt. Israel today saying it had destroyed 16 planes belonging to Iran's Quds force, that the airport was a hub for arming and funding proxies in the region. And through today, fresh waves of attacks on Iran's capital, captured by its residents, uploaded despite restricted internet access. Israel's military said it had struck the Revolutionary Guard Corps military university, along with missile production and storage sites. For some, it remains cause for celebration.
It's Saturday at 11:38. The dirty IRGC of Garchak district was hit. Congratulations to all Iranians.
And look, man, this guy, you know, they're coming after these people. They're coming after them. There was that soccer team that didn't pledge allegiance to their national anthem and stuff. Like, I really do hope the people overthrow this government, because if they don't, they are going to go through every video. They're going to go anybody that disagreed and, at the minimum, inflict pain on them, injure them. At a maximum, straight up murder. That's how this Iranian regime deals with problems. That's how religious extremists deal with their problems. They're going to murder these folks. So, him saying this shit, it's actually, it's actually putting him in a lot of danger.
Iran's state media posted images from the aftermath of a strike in Tehran. Iran says more than 1,300 civilians have been killed so far. One prominent rights group says the strikes have killed 310 civilians and more than 2,000 military and security forces members. Iran's president today blaming the deaths of senior commanders along with the supreme leader for more junior ranks attacking Gulf countries, issuing them a personal apology.
The decision we made in the Interim Leadership Council yesterday has been delivered to the armed forces. From now on, they should not attack neighbouring countries or fire missiles at them unless we are attacked from those countries.
It's been a pretty wild time.
Comments immediately leapt on by the US president, who posted on his social media network that Iran had surrendered to its Middle Eastern neighbors.
Oh my God.
But such attacks have been continuing today. What might have been read as a de-escalatory signal from the regime, looking more like a splintering within it. Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps promising to continue hitting US bases in Gulf countries as long as Iran is under attack.
Right, so we might see the remnants of this military organization just take over as the government. And do I even need to explain how that would make things even worse? Because as bad as the Khamenei was, these guys will crank it up to 11. More violence, more terrorism. More Hezbollah fuckery.
The view from one pro-Israel US think tank, Iran's president isn't in charge.
Pezeshkian is on an interim leadership council right now, an interim leadership council that includes the president, the head of the judiciary, as well as the cleric that straddles both the Assembly of Experts and the Guardian Council. The head of the judiciary has come out, Mr. Ejei, and directly contradicted Pezeshkian, as has the security services. And classically, Iran's president doesn't have the authority to be making these sorts of statements anyway.
Senior clerics today calling for a new supreme leader to be nominated as soon as possible for the sake of government legitimacy. Iran's state news agency saying that will happen within 24 hours. In Lebanon,
that's an apartment building in Lebanon.
Today, Israel's bombing campaign continued. This strike was in the southern city of Tyre. And in the capital, Beirut, the aftermath of last night's airstrikes. Israel has ordered the evacuation of almost all of southern Beirut, stronghold for Iran-backed Hezbollah, home for more than 500,000 civilians.
And if you're an American, if you're British, if you're German, I think France as well, that's your money right there. They can't do this without our help. They can't do this without our help. That is wild.
Israel's defense minister threatening worse to come if Lebanon's government doesn't disarm Hezbollah.
If the choice is to protect our citizens and the peace of our soldiers, or the state of Lebanon, we will choose to protect our citizens.
See what I mean? See what I mean? Like, it doesn't, any statements they make. Ooh, thank you, baby. Whoa, hell yeah. Air fryer breakfast, baby. It's my Saturday. Woo-hoo-hoo. Look at that. We got some onion rings. We got some chicken fingers. We got some tater tots and all the sauces. Gee, I wonder why I'm such a fat ass. But no, back to what I'm saying here. Holographic meatloaf again, my favorite. Yeah, Champions breakfast. Yeah, my wife is wonderful and beautiful. But here they have, this is supposed to be a war against Iran. They're blowing up Lebanon. I think that's because that's where Hezbollah comes from, right? Am I correct on that? But it's always framed in a defensive, framework, point of view. Always defensive, always defensive. It's sickening. It's sickening. And they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop unless we cut them off. And this is why the corporate Democrats are, fighting as hard as they can to prevent progressives from taking over. Because progressives are literally the only political entity in this country, in the United States, that even dares talk about cutting off Israel.
And our soldiers. And the Lebanese government and Lebanon will pay a very heavy price.
The highest costs for now being borne by Iran's military and political architecture. Here in Tehran, here in Isfahan, a military base. The women behind the camera laughing in disbelief. How are they doing it, they ask. But as this air war goes on, without a clear goal, let alone an end in sight, its price likely to be felt ever more widely.
Well, as we've just heard, Israel has bombed areas in southern Beirut, as well as conducting a special operation in the Bekaa Valley, while Hezbollah has warned residents in northern Israel to evacuate ahead of an attack there. Our international editor, Lindsay Hilsum, joins us from Beirut. Lindsay.
Krishnan, the Israelis conducted an airborne raid on the eastern Bekaa Valley. 2 helicopters, they came down, and practically every man with a gun started shooting at them. Now that's Hezbollah, it's also the Lebanese army, and pretty much everyone else. So then they called in airstrikes, 40 airstrikes. At the end of this, 41 people were dead, including 3 members of the Lebanese army. The Lebanese army, remember, are not the enemy of Israel. It's Hezbollah who they are trying to fight. So the question is, why did they do this? They did it apparently because they were trying to retrieve the remains of Ron Arad. Ron Arad is an Israeli airman who was brought down over Lebanon in 1986. That's 40 years ago. It's completely unclear why they thought this was the moment to do this. They had intelligence, they've had it for some time, that this is where his remains were. But at the end, they did not manage to retrieve him, but they did manage to cause a lot of chaos and 41 Lebanese dead.
And Beirut also being hit.
Yes, Beirut is hit every night at the moment. There was a new evacuation order for the southern suburbs, Dahia. So people at the moment tend to go back during the day to be in their houses and then leave at night. Now, most of these people are civilians, they're Shias. The Israelis regard them as, I suppose, legitimate targets because Hezbollah is Shia. Hezbollah is there in this suburb hiding amongst the people. But now, according to the Lebanese government, 450,000 Lebanese have been displaced. That's people from those southern suburbs, people from the south of the country. Israel is occupying.
And if it was up to Israel, yeah, I speak some dwarfish. Yeah, they are. They are. A lot of leftists have a hard time admitting that, a lot of leftists say, right to defend themselves, right to defend themselves. And, both sides are correct on that one. Hezbollah is absolutely a terrorist organization. And sometimes, the West they'll call things that are not terrorist organizations, like Palestine Action in the UK. They're not terrorists. But they were defined as such by the Starmer government, right? But there's also a right to defend yourself. One-term cure, man. Fuck that piece of shit. So it makes things more complicated when the left refuses to acknowledge the reality of Hezbollah, the reality of Hamas. But there is that sticky right to defend yourself situation, right? Right to defend hegemony, tyranny, invasion, conquering, ethnic cleansing. These things are also a reality that is befalling the entire Middle East, especially Palestine. It's if Hezbollah kept its attention to Israel, it would be harder to call it a terrorist organization. But instead, the beheadings that happened on on that bridge in the UK, that was Hezbollah, I believe. It makes it harder when they try to go after civilians in a completely different country, and it's like, well, the justification is that the UK supports Israel, but it killing civilians, terrorizing civilians, it's a hard sell. It's a hard sell when you're trying to make the argument that this is an effort to defend oneself and defend one's country, one's people. You gotta keep it Zelensky. You gotta go after those military targets. And it would be much harder to classify Hezbollah as a terrorist organization had they just focused. And it's much harder. It's much harder to be successful. It's almost a guarantee. You're going to get wiped out. But it's the intentional targeting of civilian targets in other countries that makes the classification of Hezbollah being a terrorist organization correct. This is complicated. It sucks. Because we, guys like me who are trying to find the truth, we have to talk about, the right to defend yourself, which is absolutely true. The absolute need for your own survival, for your own country's survival, to push back against Western hegemony, absolutely necessary to do that. But we also need to talk about failed strategy, what works and what doesn't work. Are you offering up a propaganda victory to the people that you supposedly hate, like Hamas does, time after time again? It's tough. It's tough though, because it's like, well, what they're in a corner. They don't have much to to do. It's very difficult, understandable, but you start killing civilians and you lose me. And it's like, even in World War II, it wasn't appropriate to kill German civilians. You know what I mean? Like, but it was still done. It was still, Dresden was a goddamn war crime. Okay. But the reason why that wasn't, there wasn't any convictions is because we won the war. But we fucking melted those people. Was that totally necessary? And especially in the era of modern war, where we have precision munitions. So it's like, well, Dresden was making a lot of weapons. Dresden was making a lot of ammo. So it had to go. It wasn't just about demoralizing the German population. It was about military targets. But now we have these precision weapons. It's becoming less and less of an excuse to target civilian targets, even if they're your enemy, even if they're paying taxes and supporting the government. that is invading your country. Now, with that said, you know, that's still a gray area. It's still a gray area. But I mean, when Hezbollah goes into other countries and starts beheading people, you know, and it's not Israel. You're not going into the country that's, you know, that's physically dropping bombs on you. It's really hard to say that those actions are in defense of oneself and one's country.
Suburbs, people from the south of the country. Israel is occupying part of the south at the moment, and also from the Bekaa Valley. So this is the second front in this war, the first front being Iran. But in this second front, an awful lot of civilians are suffering, and the death toll is mounting by the day.
Lindsay Hilson in Beirut. Well, Emil Hokaim is the Director of Regional Security at the International Institute for Strategic...
You say in my chat, I love Trump, I love Bibi. Oh, you're getting the fucking flush. We're talking about how bad terrorism is, and then you're like, I love the two most proficient terrorists on planet Earth. Nobody commits more terrorism outside of Russia than Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu. And that was and that goes for Barack Obama as well. Nobody was dropping more bombs. Nobody was killing more innocent civilians than America. And that's been the case for, I mean, ever since I was born, really. So if you don't like terrorism bad, and then you're like, hey, I love two of the worst terrorists that exist in the world right now, yeah, you're getting the fucking flush. Bye-bye.
Studies, and he joins me now from London. Can we start with President Pezeshkian's message? What did you make of it? It was not sophisticated. It was done in quite an amateur way, but his message was intriguing with that apology to his neighbors.
Well, indeed, the president seemed to be quite embarrassed by the turn in events. He is certainly not the most powerful person in the Iranian structure. He wasn't the most powerful while Ali Khamenei, the supreme leader, was alive. And he has a quite marginal role at present. He's trying to keep Iran's relations with its Gulf neighbors alive. And it's not going well. Iran is quite dependent on its relationship with the Gulf states because
they should have gotten in front of the camera and wagged their finger and said it's shameful. They need to close down those bases, and they should be coming to our aid. And would that have resulted in the UAE and Qatar kicking these bases out? Who knows? But you're basically just handing the game over to Bibi by firing missiles, killing civilians in these countries. And you're like, oh, but could you also be my ally? And it's like, well, we were attacking military targets, but as we've seen, that they can easily either something gets shot out of the air, kill civilians, or Israel kills civilians and then blames it on you. So it was a massive strategic blunder, which add it to the list for this theocratic government, siding with Russia. There were decisions that could have been made where you don't have to bend the knee to the West. You don't have to declare, you don't have to capitulate to the West. But you could have made it much more difficult for the UK government, for the United States government, to start bombing you. And every turn, Iran said, no, I'm your enemy. I'm the villain. And, then they would try to get in front of media and try to make their case. And of course, the biased Western media, wouldn't let that happen. But they just made it so goddamn easy. They made it so goddamn easy to make them the villains. And that is a strategic mistake. It's not fair. There's nothing fair about this. You know, we coup their country. We fuck their country up. Hundreds of thousands of people dead and missing because of the Shah, right? And then an extremist group takes over as the government there. And now it's, you know, trading one oppression for another. That's all on the West. That's our fault. So there's nothing fair about it, but they needed to suck it up. And, I mean, they had oil. I mean, they had this massive resource that the West can't get enough of. You could have gotten maybe a Germany, maybe a France on your side, right? Maybe even the UK. You know, over the decades, right? And it's like even the government, you know, was saying, Khamenei was saying, like, it's not very Muslim to have nuclear weapons. But you could have had people from the UK defending that position. They never bring it up on British media that the Iranian government supposedly despised nuclear weapons. They never bring that up. You could have made not friends, not exactly friends, but geopolitical allies out of people who could have applied more political pressure to the West, to the United States specifically. They chose not to do that. They chose to use fear and violence as tools. And all you did was hand Bibi Netanyahu propaganda victory after propaganda victory. They played Iran like a fiddle every opportunity. And of course, the biased Western media allowed that to happen.
Because it's cut out of the international financial system. So there's a lot of Iranian money in the UAE. There's lots of Iranian citizens there. Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Oman had all tried to mediate to avoid that war. They saw that their diplomacy meant that they were immune to the escalation. But there's certainly those in Iran who see those countries as treacherous, as adversarial, because they have allowed the U.S. to base itself there. And a couple of them have signed peace with Israel. So there are a number of more powerful actors in the Iranian system who, think this is a legitimate.
You got the Qatari royal family trying to do deals with fucking Israel. You know, it's a joke. You know, then they get in front of the camera and they say, "Oh, Arab countries are our, Palestinians are our ally, and Iran's our ally," and then they do business deals with the biggest enemy. Okay, so it's like there's nothing fair about this. But firing missiles and drones into their airspace, even if you're targeting military targets, you just handed Bibi a gift.
Target, but also importantly that it fits the bill. Iran cannot defend itself, therefore it will impose a high cost to its neighborhood.
Right.
Yes, and the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament has said that neighbors with US bases should expect to be affected, and there have been more attacks today. Now the other development is this suggestion that the Assembly of Experts are going to decide on a new supreme leader in the next day. I mean, is it clear how many of the Assembly are still alive? There's a lot of them.
That guy.
We don't really know that.
Yeah, so who wants to be the new supreme leader? Not me, dude. I'm good. You sure? No, I'm good, man. I'm good. God chose someone else. Trust me. Muhammad chose this guy, not me. This guy over here. I don't want to be him. No, I'm not. I don't want to be a supreme leader.
A couple of days ago, there was an attack on a building that was supposed to host some of these Iranian dignitaries. It's really not clear what the dynamics within the system are. Are the hardliners really on the rise and in control of everything? That's likely the case. But are there other voices in the system that are calling for another orientation? Are they able to make the case at all? We know the identity of some of the main candidates, and the most likely to win all seem quite hardline, including Mujtaba Khamenei, the son of Ali Khamenei. So, this is not going to be the development that somehow begins a de-escalation in the region. It allows the Iranian system to tell to the Iranians.
And this is where the boots on the ground come in. Because you're not going to be able to do it from the air. In fact, from what I've heard from other experts, it's never been done through just airstrikes. You got to put boots on the ground. Even in Venezuela, they had to put some boots on the ground to get it done.
But also to Iran's current enemies, the US and Israel, but also everyone else.
Yeah,
the system is standing, the system is functioning,
everyone's like,
and the system will carry on.
No.
Of course, Donald Trump has said he'd like a say in whatever the Assembly of Experts want to decide. If we think back to last year and the way the 12-day war ended quite suddenly, it was clear that there was a good back channel to Iran. Is that likely to be in existence now?
It seems like the Iranians have passed a few messages through some of their Middle Eastern partners, probably a couple of Gulf states, Turkey, and so on. All these countries are worried that this conflict is spreading very quickly and in very dangerous ways. I mean, worth noting today that there was an Iranian statement that a water desalination in Iran was hit, which in turn makes the Gulf states very worried that Iran would use.
So if you didn't hear that, water desalination station was hit, and if you remember correct, there's a massive freshwater crisis happening in Iran right now. So they're looking to, I mean, water is essential to human life just as much as food. Right, and you can have all the food in the world, but if you got no water, you're fucked.
This as a precedent and hit their own water desalination plants, which are vital for these countries' daily life. So as there are probably channels, they're not really functioning at present. I would argue President Trump still makes maximalist statements, talking about total capitulation and so on. But importantly, I think Israel in June 2025 felt that it hadn't conducted as big a campaign as it wanted, and I think Israel really wants to continue this time. It doesn't want to be stopped in its tracks.
Just in a few seconds, is the Hezbollah threat to northern Israel credible? I mean, do they have much left?
Hezbollah is not a strategic force anymore. It has taken significant hits to its capabilities and command structure. It can impose a cost on Israel, but nothing that will make Israel rethink its approach. This is largely a spent force, and Israel is going for the kill.
Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Welcome back. Now, the extent of the UK's involvement in this war has significantly changed in the weeks since Israel and the US first began to strike Iran. The Prime Minister has had to defend himself from accusations that the UK had abandoned its allies and was too slow to defend Brits in the region after the Akrotiri base in Cyprus was hit by a drone. At the same time, many here in Britain fear being dragged into a war they believe is illegal.
Now, you know me, I'm not one to defend Keir Starmer, but I do need to point out that it's a rock and a hard place situation, right? Corporate media and right-wing reform and Tories will scream you're abandoning Britain, you're leaving Britain vulnerable for not helping the United States with this ridiculous military adventure. And then, of course, a good chunk of the country will be like, hey, Tony Blair 2.0, what the fuck you doing? So he's really in a rock and a hard place here, politically. Had he not made mistake after mistake after mistake after mistake, in the lead up to this moment, he might have more political clout to deal with. But him being beaten, battered, and defeated makes it all too easy for the opportunists on both sides to use him as a punching bag, right?
And has no clear endgame in sight. Well, with further developments about British deployment, Francis Reid joins us from Downing Street. Francis.
Yes, well, we understand that the government this evening is now ordering one of the UK's 2 aircraft carriers to get ready to sail. That raises speculation that it could be deployed to the Mediterranean. The HMS Prince of Wales in Portsmouth would be ready to leave within days, and that's after heavy criticism about the length of the government's response time following the drone attacks you mentioned there on the RAF base in Cyprus. There is still no major Royal Navy warship in the region. The HMS Dragon, a destroyer that's being sent there, is still getting ready to sail. The MOD, though, confirming today that the US has started using British bases for what it calls specific defensive operations. American bombers and military planes have already landed at RAF Fairford in Gloucestershire over the last 24 hours. The government says it's to stop Iran from firing missiles into the Middle East that put British lives at risk. And the head of the British military today rejecting suggestions that the UK had been ill-prepared.
For several weeks now, we've been bolstering our presence and the forces in the Middle East, particularly at Cyprus, and doing that in consultation with our regional partners. We've added additional Typhoons, F-35, over 400 people to help protect and defend the airspace around Cyprus.
Also in London today, a large demonstration organised by the Stop the War Coalition. We were there, I'd estimate probably something like 2.
Is Keir going to start dragging these people away? You know, for holding up a sign saying this is a war? No, it's not. It's a special military operation. Whoa. No, it's not. How dare you? Drag him away. Drag this person away. Drag this terrorist away. Yeah, I mean, Eric, they do the CNN thing, right? Access journalism, both sides bias, you know, pretending both sides are, you know, equally legitimate. There's a corporate bias, and then, of course, there's the Western, you know, the Western consensus bias. So, they draw the line at outright manufacturing information, like a Fox News, like a Newsmax, like a GB News, you know, like Nick Ferrari repeating lies over and over and over again to manufacture consent. They draw the line there. But yeah, it's like you can't, you know, it's like any corporate media now, you know, and it's like maybe there was, you know, a time 40 years ago when the BBC had some legitimacy, you know, but even then, you know, there were laws in place where the government could just tell the BBC not to report on this and that, you know, you got to hold this story, hold that story. So there's always been a problem with actual true free press in the UK. Not that America's any better, of course.
2,000 people were in attendance marching from Westminster to the US Embassy. Initial data from a YouGov poll suggests that the majority of Brits are opposed to the war, although it is somewhat nuanced depending on political opinion. I spoke to some people there who had actually been exiled from Iran, who said that they had suffered deeply at the hands of the Iranian regime, but still disagree with the US-Israeli attacks. At that demo, the former Labour MP, now your party MP, Zara Sultana, was making a speech, and I asked her to respond to the government's argument that they're defending British interests and security.
Is literally doing this because Donald Trump has asked for the UK to provide air bases, which make us complicit in a war that will kill thousands of people, and our interest is not going to be served in that way.
That theocracy has murdered thousands of people. There are people in Tehran who would be disgusted at this, who've been waiting for the US's help and promised help.
You cannot bomb a country into becoming a democracy, and I am not here to defend the Iranian government. I'm not here to defend any government in the Middle East. It is my job as a British parliamentarian to talk about how this government has been complicit in genocide in Gaza and is now involved in an illegal war.
Well, that demo was largely peaceful.
So if you don't know, your party is Corbyn's party, and I mean, right out the gate, your party, lefties, you know. I'm glad to see that the Greens are getting some traction here, because it does seem like the Green Party Don't talk to them about nuclear energy, though. They're dropping the ball on nuclear energy, the Green Party. But I'm glad to see the Green Party getting traction, because it's like, clearly your party is not ready, in my opinion. As much as I respect Corbyn, they're not ready.
Although we have heard from the Met Police this evening, who said there were actually 4 arrests, including a woman who they say was arrested on suspicion of inciting racial hatred in relation to a placard.
So they are. So Keir Starmer is arresting. Yeah, I mean, this guy sucks. Step down, Keir. Step down. I mean, are you a member of the Reform Party, Keir Starmer? Does he just wake up every day and come up with new clever ways to give reform more political clout? So he is arresting at least one person holding up a placard? Holy shit. I mean, he just does not know. He just clueless. Clueless Keir. One-term Keir. This is good. Let's watch this France 24 video. Operation Epic Fury or Operation Epstein Distraction? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Eric, yeah, but I see what you're saying, but I'm going to have to disagree, because it's just, what is it? It shows where the priority is at, right? Controlling the messaging, not governing, not leading, but just telling people that he disagrees with, that his government disagrees with, to shut up. And you don't need to arrest anybody, right? If you don't like the placard, if the placard says, like, literally, I want to kill people, right? And maybe that was the case. You can just have a conversation with them. You'd be like, hey, that's not very appropriate. That's technically a terrorist threat. We don't appreciate that. But no, they drag them away. Drag them away. It's an intimidation tactic.
It's time now for today's press review, and I'm joined in the studio by Elitsa Gadeva. Elitsa, papers across the world, of course.
It's counterproductive. It's counterproductive at this moment for Keir. What is that? There we go.
Continuing to follow this new war in the Middle East. What have been the highlights? What got your attention?
Well, let's take a look at some front pages first, starting with Spanish daily El País here. That headlines with some numbers. It says that 2 out of 3 Spaniards oppose the war in Iran. However, 61% support sending a ship to Cyprus in response to the Iranian attacks there, and as a commitment to defend the European Union. And then French paper La Croix here headlines with Trump's warrior transformation. The paper says that the attack on Iran shows a dramatic turnaround by the American president, who was once opposed to, quote, endless wars. And then the front page here of Lebanese newspaper L'Orient Le Jour shows the massive evacuations from Beirut's southern suburbs. The headline here's The headline reads, an entire population forced to flee. And here we see the traffic jams and people evacuating and children on the street, Alison.
What about the Israeli papers? How are they covering the conflict?
Well, Spanish left-wing Haaretz here has an analysis that explains why Trump's fantasies for Iran go far beyond a regime change. It says that the joint US-Israeli war is a bid to consolidate a new regional order in the Middle East. And Trump's vision for this order is not based on democracy, human rights, or international law, says the analysis.
Wow, no shit.
And the paper reminds that his central partners in the Gulf states are authoritarian monarchies where the ultra-rich employ migrants from the global south. And therefore, the new emerging order will be driven exactly by this, by economic interests, defense technologies, AI, crypto, real estate, and finance, where the Gulf will be a haven for capital, not limited by, quote, the perils of democracy. And then let's take a look at a right-wing paper, The Times of Israel. It says that the Gulf states are living their worst nightmare and that for decades they have been trying to avoid an attack from Iran. And the article says that Iran hopes that inflicting enough pain on its neighbors will make Trump stop the war. But actually, it might end up backfiring, says this analysis. The Gulf states might end up cooperating even more closely with Israel, opening pathways to new unexpected alliances.
Wow, and this, this image is really something else. It's looks like it's some kind of water park, right, with a missile falling out of the sky there.
And Elitza, the world's attention, of course, is now on this new war in the Middle East, but war also continues in Ukraine, and you found some articles talking about the relationship between the two.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, the Washington Post here says that Russia sees a chance that it may benefit from this new war in the Middle East. Trump's attention is now totally diverted, and weapons may be rerouted to the Middle East, it says, and Russian oil might once again be put on the table amid surging oil prices. And it's an analysis that's also echoed in this opinion piece here by the Kyiv Independent. It writes that in the Middle East, chaos is Putin's new ally. And the opinion piece says that people shouldn't be worried that Putin will intervene and help Iran because he's instead trying and exploiting this new war. Putin can position himself as a vital negotiator and once again present himself as a global player and mediator.
Right. And of course, there's the logistical factor of weapons and support that might have gone to Ukraine, now going to Israel, right?
The paper adds that if a pro-Western government is installed in Iran, this wouldn't be in Russia's interests. And the opinion piece finishes with an advice for the United States. It says that America shouldn't lose sight of Russia. It's a country that historically rebounds from losses.
Right. I mean, kind of true, kind of not. I mean, there's some truth there. And of course, the big headline news right now is that the United States is currently in the process of trying to lift sanctions on Russia. I know. And then, of course, Russia is apparently feeding Iran military locations of U.S. military targets. It makes you shake your head. What side are you on? And when it comes to Russia, I'm not as convinced as others are that Russia has some kind of fucking video or something on Donald Trump. Like I'm pretty convinced that Israel has those videos, right, because of Jeffrey Epstein's connections to Israel. But it really does seem like it's just Trump's assumed personal relationship with Vladimir Putin. Like he just wants to be his fucking buddy. And it just reaches whole new levels of pathetic, whole new levels of sad when you consider that is the most likely reality, that he just wants to be his buddy, Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin. Like he sees a lot of himself in Vladimir Putin. Of course, we see ICE acting very similar to the way the Russian government treats its people. It just leaves me speechless. It just leaves me totally speechless.
Ukraine could also see an opportunity. Countries already asking it for its drone expertise. All right, so the war with Ukraine in danger of being overshadowed. The Epstein files, another topic that have not been in the papers much recently. What's the latest you can tell us about those?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Politico here says that the Justice Department had just published documents that outline sexual assault allegation against U.S. President Donald Trump.
So I put the PDF right from the Justice Department. Really wild that they're putting this out. TYT was covering this as well. Wondering like what's the deal here? What's the connection? But yeah, this is just, you know, we've talked about it on stream. It's that 13-year-old, 14-year-old girl who supposedly, you know, Donald Trump was forcing her head down, and she either bit his penis or punched his penis. And then he said, you know, get this bitch out of here. You know, he apparently made comments, you know, supposedly made comments, you know, that was basically, you know, I like them young and fresh, or I'm going to show you little girls, you know, how little girls act, you know, need to act, you know, that kind of shit, you know, the sadist, you know, pedophile kind of shit, you know. There's a reason why Jeffrey Epstein said, you know, Donald Trump is one of the most evil, cruel people he's ever met, right? He's one of the worst of the worst. You know, there's likely some really, you know, even worse stuff in there about how he treated girls and women, you know, just, you know, treating them as objects to be used, right? She dinged his dong. Welcome back, good guy Dari. It's good to see you. Yeah, I mean, there's, you know, I truly believe that's the tip of the iceberg, that kind of stuff. I believe it. You know, it's not, because it's, you know, Cenk Uygur was pointing out that it wasn't just one offhand phone call from a crackpot. It was 4 separate interviews with this person that were documented, you know, and, you know, it's like, you know, it's one thing to just, you know, to keep a record of someone who calls and says, you know, I knew Donald Trump, and then you never hear from the person again. It's a whole other thing to be following up, not once, not twice, not thrice, but 4 times. And there's got to be other, you know, corroborating evidence to that as well. You know, I just keep going back to, you know, Jeffrey Epstein's statements about Trump, about how, you know, nasty he was. And it's like, when you got a guy like Jeffrey Epstein saying, like, you know, hey, you know, this guy's the worst of the worst. I mean, that really says something about, you know, about who this guy is. And I mean, how much, you know, we know this guy better than he knows himself at this point. Donald Trump, right? I mean, we know he's a evil person, you know, and I don't like to use that word. I really don't, but I really can't think of any better pejorative. I really can't think of any better descriptor of Donald Trump than, you know, pure unbridled evil. It's a flavor of evil, right? It's like it's a narcissistic kind of evil. Because he truly doesn't care if you live or die, just as long as he's getting what he wants. You know, I don't know if he derives pleasure from killing. I think he's obviously, he doesn't care about people dying if it makes him look tough, if it makes him look strong. But if he can look tough and look strong, yeah, sociopathic evil, sure. You know, if he can look tough and strong and no one has to die, I don't know if he'll go out of his way, right? Like, I'm sure there's like, yeah, it's like an indifference. But I mean, it fits. It really does fit. Like, I totally can see Donald Trump, you know, saying to a 13-year-old girl, you know, I'm going to show you little girls how little girls need to act, you know, and forcing a 13-year-old girl's head down to his dick, right? I could totally see that. Welcome back, photos printed, and your boy woke patriot. I don't think he spends a second thinking about other people. Yeah, whether they live or die, indifference, right?
Trump. So it's a trio of FBI interviews with a woman who says that Trump sexually assaulted her when she was a young teenager between 13 and 15 years old. So she was introduced to the US president by his friend and pedophile Jeffrey Epstein. And her central allegation is that the president forced her to perform oral sex on him, after which she beat his private parts in efforts to defend himself, and he punched her. And these files come as Democrats have been investigating.
Probably felt like a pillow. Probably felt like getting hit by a pillow. Quit it. Get this bitch out of here.
investigating whether the Justice Department is withholding on purpose materials that include sexual assault allegations.
He probably complained to Jeffrey Epstein like a Karen, right? Like, I want a refund. I want a refund. I was expecting the highest quality underage sex, and you got me a defective one. I want a refund right now, Jeffrey.
Against Trump. And to end, well, maybe on a lighter note, but not really, I want to show you some cartoons here that are talking about this topic.
Right, so we're going to get into this as well. The lunatics have taken over the asylum over there in the military, and we got commanders from, I mean, seemingly every branch of the military cheering on, you know, the evangelical Christian style Armageddon. Full blown, this is a holy war. You know, you're part of a much larger biblical plan. You know, raining hellfire down on the heathens, etc., like all the stereotypes. So I think we're going to cover this next. Actually, this would be a good segue. Serious business. This is really serious. It's very true, heterododos. It's very true. It's not just rumors that are coming out, you know, unfounded. There's a whole organization dedicated to documenting, you know, giving the ability for soldiers to report anonymously when they see stuff like this, you know, because it's a violation of church and state. You know, and yeah, this is it's happening seemingly throughout the entire military, and it's coming right from the top. It's coming right from Pete Hegseth. Of course, we all know he has literally a crusader tattoo on his body. He's, you know, this is, you know, he doesn't talk about this too much publicly because he understands the ramifications of it, the PR ramifications of it. But no, he's really into this holy war shit. You know, and of course, if you don't know what you know, why, you know, what the hell is this? They think that by helping Israel destroy the Middle East, it will trigger a Armageddon that will then force the Jews to convert to Christianity or die, and will basically be the second coming of Jesus or some shit like that. You know, it'll be a full-blown Armageddon, tens of millions of people dying, but once it's over, you know, the earth will be a Christian planet. It'll be Christian everything, and you know, they will have succeeded, right? And there are millions of Americans. Chris Hedges talked about this. He wrote a whole book about it. But you know, there's millions of Christians in the United States that support Israel because of this reason, because they think that if they can help Israel finish its you know, the Greater Israel Project, which of course they frame as a biblical project, that it will literally start a Christian Armageddon, and you know, and then they're the winners. That, you know, they make out, you know, and of course their lives, you know, in their fantasy, their lives will be unaffected, right? They'll be going to the McDonald's while everyone else is getting slaughtered in the streets, right? Like, they don't really think about what that would actually look like logistically. You know, it's like, I don't know if Netflix is going to be working. I don't know if you're going to be able to, you know, watch your usual porno that you know, all these pious Christians, you know, enjoy. Look up the porno stats in these religious areas, right? Same thing with Muslim religious areas. They're watching more, you know, you think you got gross habits, you think you're a bad little boy. Well, you know, look up the Pornhub stats in, like, you know, a really Christian area in Kentucky, right? And it'd fucking blow your mind. Here's where the end of the world will start. Yeah. Yeah. Tell me, Digo. Yeah. Right. So here's the start of the biblical apocalypse. All right. So I have more information on it. That's more clear-eyed, gives a better description of what this is. But this is real. This is really happening. Welcome back, Sabercat.
One here by Ben Jennings that says, praise our savior Donald Trump for bringing forth Armageddon to distract from all his sins. And funny. Another one here from Cartoon Movement that shows Trump hiding Epstein and maybe his connection to the Epstein files behind his Iran operation. And next to him, Benjamin Netanyahu hiding many murdered behind the new war in the Middle East. And finally,
even
this one, well, basically how they decided to name the new operation. It was first named Operation Epstein Destruction, but this was
this is funny, right? 'Cause it's like Donald Trump, delusional Donald Trump, right? Let's just call it Epstein Distraction. I want to make it clear what I'm doing this for.
Bit too obvious, so they decided to go for Operation Epic Furry instead.
A good reminder to seek out some Epstein headlines today amid all of the news about Iran. Elitza, thank you so much for that. That's our press.
I love her sunny smile. I love her sunny smile talking about, the world's most disgusting pedophile ring and all this other shit. Fucking war with Iran. She's just got this bubbly, sunny smile, She's like, who's that? What's the goddamn show? Mary Tyler Moore. She's like Mary Tyler Moore. Okay, so let's keep the funnies going. This one was really funny. I wanted to show this. I thought this was hilarious. I'm sorry that this is AI. Welcome back, Energy. Good to see you. This is AI. I apologize. I wish it wasn't AI, but it's funny enough. I have to show it to you.
Guten Tag, hallo und herzlich willkommen zu diesem Einführungskurs in die österreichische Malerei. Einige von Ihnen erkennen mich vielleicht als Leadsänger der Heils oder als Führer des Dritten Reichs, aber heute werde ich Ihr Malllehrer sein. Was ich in der Malerei so wunderbar finde, ist, dass sie ein sehr wirksames Mittel sein kann, um nach einem langen, anstrengenden Tag der Weltherrschaft abzuschalten. Wir nehmen einfach etwas arisches Blut hoch und mischen es mit einem Hauch germanischem Blond. Jetzt lass den Hass durch deinen Pinsel auf die Leinwand fließen. Das ist alles. An der Universität Wien lernt man das zwar nicht, aber um die Farben so richtig zum Leuchten zu bringen, empfehle ich ein paar Tropfen Bolschewikentränen auf die Palette zu geben. Der zusätzliche Salzgehalt der Bolschewikentränen sorgt dafür, dass sich die verschiedenen Farben besonders gut vermischen. Ich mische einfach etwas Rattanblau mit einem Hauch Braun von Braunhemden. Was ich am Malen auch so liebe, ist, dass einem nur die eigene Fantasie Grenzen setzt. Wir könnten einen Bären, ein Flugzeug oder einen Zug hinzufügen. Und wohin fährt der Zug? Wer weiß, es gibt viele mögliche Ziele. Das wissen nicht viele, aber die Idee für meinen Schnurrbart kam mir tatsächlich, nachdem ich zum ersten Mal das Ende eines Pinsels gesehen hatte.
There's nothing funny about German death camps. I'm sorry I laughed at that.
Einen Blick darauf und dachte mir, das würde verdammt gut an meinem Gesicht aussehen. Doch wenn dein Gemälde nicht perfekt ist, ist das kein Problem. Okay. Es gibt viele andere Aufgaben in den Camps, die du stattdessen übernehmen kannst. Wie Sie sehen, haben wir es hier mit einem Fall von Ungehorsam zu tun, denn der Pinsel hat sich meinen Anweisungen widersetzt und einen Fleck auf meinem schönen Gemälde hinterlassen. Ob der Pinsel von einem Juden hergestellt wurde oder nicht, können wir derzeit nicht überprüfen. Die gute Nachricht ist, dass mir dies die Gelegenheit gibt, einen der am meisten übersehenen Aspekte des künstlerischen Schaffensprozesses zu demonstrieren, der Crash out.
Okay. I'm sorry, that was funny. I'm sorry, that was AI. I know. Crucify me. That was AI. I apologize. I'm pretty sure this guy isn't AI, though. We can watch this one. This one's really funny.
Hey, U.S.-Iran nuclear deal by March 31st.
What?
Iran agrees to end enrichment of uranium by June 30th.
What are you talking about? What is this?
Polymarket. I'm one of the most popular betting apps in the world, and I'm legal. Hey, U.S.-Israel strike on Fordo nuclear facility by March 31st. Yes or no? Let's put you down for 100.
Hold on, I thought people used you to bet on sports.
Sports, war, tell me the difference, right?
Right. This is disgusting.
No, it's not disgusting. We're basically a news site. We're accurately predicting what's happening in the world because actual money is at stake.
Or because money's at stake, the predictions will be highly unreliable and easily gauged.
Iran nuke before 2027? Let's put you down for 200.
No.
Hey, didn't people get rich off of the Iran strikes? That's crazy. More than 150 accounts, according to the New York Times, placed four-figure bets accurately predicting the attacks one day prior. And should we just be mad that they're good guessers?
This is some of the most horrifying shit I've
I've ever heard. Nuclear weapon detonation by the end of 2027. What is that even real? 22% says yes, this is real. This is a real prediction that happened. Okay. Even I could admit this is maybe going too far. Yes.
Right. So they're pulling it back, but like there's other ways to bet on nuclear Armageddon. But they did remove the bet directly for nuclear war.
We're going to archive that one, okay? It's just poor taste to be betting on that. Thank you. However, we still have a whole section dedicated to nuclear-related, Iran-related bets. Want to make any? You are evil. Oh, thank you.
Oh, thank you. So it's very real. Kyle Kulinski is actually talking about this quite a bit. You know, basically society, you know, like we're turning into an immoral society. You know, we really are. There's no other way to really put it, but we're, you know, morality is out the fucking window. We're really going for it. When it comes to deviant behavior, a deviant society, we're there. I mean, Donald Trump, he's made it totally legal to bet on assassinations, to bet on death. And if Polymarket doesn't do it, there's alternatives that will. Kalshi, I think, is another one maybe. But it is totally legal to bet on death and destruction, and it's obviously it's so easily and obviously gamed by people, right? And the dildo story is a classic one, where there was some schmuck throwing dildos on the court of a WNBA game, and then there was a bet about, okay, what color dildo is the next dildo that's going to be thrown? What color is that going to be? And then of course someone throws the fucking dildo. Speaking of dildos, see, oh okay, I thought he was doing a speech or something. It's pretty wild shit. Betting on death and destruction and assassinations, and making it so incredibly, like, not only is it easy to game, but it also creates this incentive, right? So if there's a really good bet on so and so getting assassinated, all of a sudden now there's an incentive, not just of the individual, but of the governments, because there's a high chance that the Trump administration made money, Barron, or who knows, maybe even Pete Hegseth there, making money off launching missiles against Iran. And it's like, man, we found a way to get even lower, even fucking lower. When you need 30 megatons of fuck everything. Yeah, heterodotos. Absolute lack of respect for human life. Exactly. All right, so as promised here, this is kind of a long one, but honestly,
these are exciting.
Honestly, this is jam-packed with critical information. So I'm just gonna let this bad boy play. This is a creator maybe you've heard of before, but they're doing really well. Up and comer over here. We got a comer. Hold on one second. Got one for this.
I'm gonna come.
There we go. We got a comer. Up and comer here. Actually, please, race and alien. Yeah. So if I have time, we will get to some Asmongold and XQC advocating for full-blown ethnic cleansing. Thank you, Thinking Cat. But yeah, Asmongold, he's just a full-blown Nazi. I mean, there's really no other way to put it. Some people are calling him As Mein Kampf. Ass man mold. The most insulting thing about Asmongold is his subreddit title. It's like Asmongold, the literal god. And it's like the smuggest, most, shit-eating face. It's like it's an illustrated face, right? See if I can find it here for you. Fuck up my algorithm just by showing you this. Look at this. This is the most insulting thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. The literal god And this guy, his takes, it's once again hard to find the words. It's hard to find the fucking words. How disgusting an individual he is. Not just like physically, right, with his hygiene, but he says some of the most arrogant and ignorant things I've ever heard. He puts Jesse Waters to shame on Fox News, right? He I remember him saying, like, you know, I don't read anything, I don't check any facts, I don't do any fact checking, but somehow I'm right about everything. Somehow, how is it that I'm always right about everything, even though I'm not looking anything up and I'm not reading anything? And then a couple days ago, I saw him talking about how people need to read history books. You got to read the history books, because he was talking about how effective genocide is, how it, quote unquote, works. It's like, if you look throughout history, you'll see that it just works. It just works, says the guy who doesn't read history, who brags about how he doesn't read. You know, I will say this, that Asmongold gives you a window, right, into who these people really are. Like what we're dealing with. The type of people that are running our country. Right? Because you're like, oh, you know, in your day-to-day life, maybe you know an Asmon, but most people don't. But these people exist. They exist. They vote. You know, they spread their vile opinions on the internet. You know, maybe you've run into one while you're playing a video game, and you know you're enjoying yourself, and then they say some of the most vile shit. It's just hilarious to them. Like, how could we have a situation where a president, you know, who rapes children, and that's become normal, that's become normalized? Asmongold and people who are like him. It's also good to point out that a good chunk of his audience are not even from the United States, but that's neither here nor there, because, like, you know, the Asmongolds of the, you know, in the United States, they exist. They're real people. They're real people. And it's you know, just like with Nick Fuentes, right? It's like illustrative, you know, illustrative. God, I can't speak. The words are in my head. I can read them in my head. Hold on.
Illustrative.
It's illustrative of who these people really are. Because, you know, for regular normal people, it's kind of hard to imagine that they even exist. Like some people, queso. Hold on. Queso. Am I doing it right? But you know, you like a regular person sees a clip from Asmongold and they think, oh, this is an act. This can't be real. This simply can't be real. Illustrative. All right, so let's get into the holy war. Like, mainstream media not talking about this, right? Respect our troops, love our troops, praise the troops. They can never do wrong. That's the mainstream media take on it. They don't talk about this kind of stuff. They avoid this kind of stuff. They're, you know, that's who they are. That's who they're always going to be. So they want to run away from this. I know I'll never be Vosh if I can't say illustrative correctly. Hypernormalization. I got that one. Took me a while, but I got hegemony. Instead of hegemony. I still have problems with. See, I was about to do it, and God damn it! I still have problems with
hyperbolic.
No. Is it hyperbolic or is it? God damn it! There's a better way of saying it. Hyperbole.
Hyperbolic.
I still have problems with hyperbolic and hyperbole. Benevolent. What's benevolent? What's benevolent? How about introphrasmic? That's awesome. Intophrasmic. Percombulationist. That's a crazy one. What's that one mean? Is that even a word? That's not even a word, man. You can't be nailing me for words that don't exist. Yeah, you didn't even spell that correctly. Percombulation. Intophrasmic? You mean is that a word? You're trying to nail me on words that don't even exist. This word doesn't even exist. Worcester. Isn't that how you say it? Is it Worcester? How do you say it properly? Is it I thought it was Worcester. Trying to nail me on words that don't even exist. Where'd you get that from? A Harry Potter book?
Worcestershire.
Ah, Hold on. We gotta get this correct here. Worcestershire. Somnambulist? Somnambulist? That's a cool word. Yeah, I'll never be Vosh, guys.
Somnambulist.
Ah, somnambulist. I love Worcester sauce, by the way. That's one of my favorite sauces. I don't know how to say it correctly, but I do. I'll just drink that shit right out of the bottle, man. I love that shit. Worcester. Somnambulist. What does that even mean? Person who walks or performs complex behaviors like cooking or driving while asleep. Oh, shit. That ain't me. When I'm out, I'm out. Sleepwalker. Oh, there's an amazing word my buddy Howard told me about. I'm gonna shoot him a text. I'm gonna ask him for this word that he told me about. That was amazing. Lovecraft used that word a lot. Somnambulist. All right, but let's get to it here. Worcester. Peripatetic somnambulist, precursively pacing. Holy shit. Yeah, I know we suck. Okay. We suck. Benevolent. What's that mean? What does benevolent mean? Oh, that's Donald Trump. Benevolent? That's Donald Trump. Yeah, definitely. All right, so let's get to this video here. I think you'll like it. Once again, folks, give a like and subscribe over here to Jobbery, up-and-comer. Big props to this up-and-comer. Doing a really great job. He the last video I saw was him doing a breakdown of Barry Weiss. Really, really good stuff. Couldn't recommend him enough.
These are exciting times. I think you probably want to speak about war rather than this, but this is very important. And we're doing very well on the war front, to put it mildly, I would say. Somebody said, on a scale of 10, where would you rate it? I said about a 15.
What could that even possibly mean? We're only a few days into this thing, and over 14 nations are already...
It took George Bush a couple of years to do mission accomplished. You know what I mean? And he's just like, we slam dunked it. We slam fucking dunked it. Somnambulism. Lala Villa Pilla Filla. Oh, come on, heterododos. Okay, I want to see. Let me see fucking Vosh say this one.
Clonvarpal Gwyngyth.
Yeah, okay. Carbwaffle. There's a K in there? There's not even a K in the word.
Clonvarpal Gwyngyth.
Anyway. Vosh can't say any of these things.
Involved. Oil prices have shot through the roof. The CIA has begun arming Kurdish militias, and no one can actually give a clear answer as to how long the war might last. And that's even if it is a war, since half the government still hasn't settled on what to call it.
Are there measures being taken not to eliminate other possible alternatives to leadership?
This is war, and we're taking out the threat.
You'll concede this is war.
You'll concede this is war. We haven't declared war. They declared war on us. But we haven't.
War.
Secretary Hegseth.
Senator,
We haven't.
just now you said this is war.
They've called it war. They've called it war. What I was saying. Okay, well that was a misspoke. What I was saying that they've declared war on us.
This is not a Taco Bell drink, by the way. This is a Taco Bell cup that I've been using now for 3 weeks. Okay, I got a Baja Blast 3 weeks ago, and I've been putting my chai tea in this Taco Bell cup, so leave me the hell alone. I'm a fat ass, but not because I eat Taco Bell every day. I have standards.
Us, but war is ugly. It always has been ugly. But we're taking out a regime that's been trying to attack us for quite some time.
But you're not conceding this is war.
We have declared war. So if we haven't declared war, then I don't see that. The president hasn't asked us to declare war yet, but they have declared war on us. We're just simply fighting the threat that's been at our door for 47 years.
But in the words of Democratic lawmakers who still haven't ruled out funding Trump's illegal and offensive attacks on Iran, whatever it is, we're in it. And that means maybe having to push on through September, potentially. I mean, who knows? The timeline changes almost as much as their motivations do. First it was, oh, maybe this will take a few days, then 4 to 5 weeks. Now the Secretary of War Crimes is saying it might take 8 weeks.
It is not knowable if force will be used, but if it is to be used, it is not knowable how long that conflict would last. It could last, 6 days, 6 weeks. I doubt 6 months.
There are known knowns and there are unknown knowns and known unknowns. Come on, man. This makes perfect sense to me.
No, sorry, that's the wrong clip.
You can say 4 weeks, but it could be 6, it could be 8, it could be 3. Ultimately, we set the pace and the tempo. The only limits we have in this is President Trump's desire to achieve specific effects on behalf of the American people.
Who the fuck knows, man? We're freestyling this one. Nothing matters. It's only human lives we're playing with here. We'll do whatever it takes for as long as it takes in order to achieve our aims. The aims that we still can't really pin down exactly, but we'll let you know when we decide why this was all necessary in the end. Rest assured, it does not have anything to do with our beautiful ally who can do no wrong, Israel. They played no role in pushing us into war whatsoever.
Yesterday, you told us that Israel was going to strike Iran, and that's why we needed to get involved.
I truly believe Marco Rubio is sticking around, waiting for the big guy to kick the bucket. And I think once I think his calculation is that once the big guy kicks the bucket, he'll get maybe even a more power, but he'll get there'll be things will there's light at the end of the tunnel. Because I think he's in hell. You see this guy? Have you seen this guy during the State of the Union? This guy, he looked like he was in hell. And I think that's his calculation, is that, just going to wait it out for the big guy to kick the bucket, and then maybe we'll get somebody in there that will bring a little bit more, from his perspective, common sense. Right, because it really, every time I see this guy, it looks like he wants to walk off a bridge.
Told us that Israel was going to strike Iran, and that's why we needed to get involved. Today, the president said that Iran was going to get.
Yeah, your statement is false. So that's not what I was asked very specifically. Were you there yesterday?
Yes, I asked the question.
No, did you?
I asked the fucking question, Marco.
The one that, because somebody asked me a question yesterday, did we go in because of Israel? And I said, you were asking me that follow-up. And I said, no. I told you this had to happen anyway. The president made a decision, and the decision he made was that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ballistic missile program, that Iran was not going to be allowed to hide behind its ability to conduct these attacks.
Rebel Phoenix, it's cold, it's not hot, and I'm drinking through a glass straw. Does that make it any better? I know, there's microplastics in the cup. I know. I'm already fucked, man. I'm already fucked. All right, I already had better not say. That'll make me depressed. But I'm already fucked. I'm already gone. my ball sack filled with plastics. I'm already fucked.
That decision had been made. The president systematically made a decision to systematically destroy this terroristic capability that they had, and we carried that out. I was very clear in that answer. This was a question of timing, of why this had to happen as a joint operation, not the question of the intent. Once the president made a decision that negotiations were not going to work, that they were playing us on the negotiations, and that this was a threat that was untenable, the decision was made to strike them. That's what I said yesterday, and you guys need to play it. And if you're going to play these statements, you need to play the whole statement, not clip it to reach a narrative that you want to do, all right?
First of all, spiked cortisol. And second, little Marco might want to check in with his own colleagues before making such a definitive statement.
Yeah. This is not classified, so I'll tell you what I think is important. Israel was determined to act in their own defense here, with or without American support. Why? Because Israel faced what they deemed to be an existential threat. As you know, Iran has long vowed to take out Israel, wipe it off the map, and they have long seen that as a critical...
I found the word. Horologist. Horologist. This amazing word my buddy told me about, my buddy Howard. Horologist. A professional who designs, makes, and repairs timepieces such as clocks, watches, and stopwatches. That's a horologist. Okay, back to the show.
Threat to their very existence. Because Israel was determined to act, with or without the U.S., our commander-in-chief and the administration and the officials I just named had a very difficult decision to make. They had to evaluate the threats to the U.S., and they determined, because of the exquisite intelligence that we had, that if Israel fired upon Iran and took action against Iran to take out the missiles, then they would have immediately retaliated against U.S. personnel and assets. If we had waited for all of those eventualities to take place, the consequences of inaction on our part could have been devastating.
Sounds pretty rough, but let's hear what the commander-in-chief.
No, I was kind of intentionally mispronouncing it, but let's get the full let's get the real pronunciation. Horologist pronunciation. I'm sorry. All these interruptions. I'm sorry. Hold on. Last one.
Horologist.
That's kind of right.
Horologist.
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 That's not a real word.
Horologist.
That's not a real word. That's something you say when you're having a stroke. That's not a real word. Oh, I've seen
now
this
today
clip.
We had a big contrast in temperature across the UK, just 12 degrees over coastal parts of eastern England with cloudy skies, but in the sunshine in northwest Wales at RAF Mona, just up the road from Llanfair Pwllgwyn, Gellgorgeric Windrobwll, Llantysilio Gogogoch, the temperature got to 21 Celsius at 70 in Fahrenheit.
Yo, this guy rules. This guy fucking rules. I love it.
Just up the road from Llanfair Pwllgwyn, Gellgorgeric Windrobwll, Llantysilio Gogogoch, the temperature got to 21 Celsius at 70 in Fahrenheit.
And he nailed it. He like, you know, because you got to do a deadpan. You got to do a deadpan like you say the word every day. God, he nailed it. He fucking nailed it. All right. Anyway, back to this.
Fast to say, surely he'll dispel this.
Years they've been killing our people and killing people from all over the world, and I think we have great support. And I think if we didn't do it first, they would have done it to Israel and give us a shot if that was possible.
Right, but I was also still correct that I destroyed their nuclear stuff, and yeah, that was all good. I definitely achieved that, but they were going to do it again, and it was imminent. It's been imminent for 47 fucking years. I'm always right. Isn't that great? He's always correct, folks. That's all you need to do is just remember that Donald Trump is always correct, and he's the most correct person that's ever been alive, and he literally can't do no wrong. And you know, life is easy when you just accept that reality. Okay.
Oh, okay, so basically admitting we're fighting their war. Great. At least the Bush regime knew how to lie. These guys are just incapable of remaining on the same page about anything,
That's
which is
hilarious,
definitely who you
Sabercat.
want at the helm of a global superpower, by the way. But no matter what anybody says, let's all agree the
Exactly,
media should
Blue
stop
Brother.
being
Welcome
so
back, by the
annoying whenever we incur losses. In fact, why don't you just shut the fuck up about it already? You're making our wonderful leader look bad.
We've taken control of Iran's airspace and waterways without boots on the ground. We control their fate.
Okay.
But when a few drones get through,
Exactly. Simply Steve.
or tragic things happen, It's front page news. I get it. The press only wants to make the president look bad, but try for once to report the reality.
I'm sure he didn't mean it like that, though. Surely not. We all know how much Pete values human dignity, and just look at all the snuff films he's posted to Twitter.
It's what these Hexet was complaining that it was front page news about these 6 service members who were killed.
That's not what the secretary said, Caitlin, and that's not what the secretary meant, and you know it. You know you're being disingenuous. There is not. We've never had a Secretary of Defense who cares more.
Get through where tragic things happen. It's front page news. I get it. The press only wants to make the president look bad. Yeah, as you know, we cover the deaths of U.S. service members under every president.
The press does only want to make the president look bad. That's a fact.
Are you gonna believe me, a paid spokesperson for the federal government, or are you gonna believe your filthy lion eyes? But in some ways, the administration has been quite clear about how they see this existential threat. According to the Secretary of State, we're fighting religious fanatic lunatics.
Iran is run by lunatics, religious fanatic lunatics.
But I think the call might be coming from inside the house.
Say the quiet parts out loud. They wanted to wipe Israel off the face of the earth, and they'd like to take us out as well. We're the great Satan in their analogy and their misguided religion, and there was no way to appease them.
The United States and Israel are ironclad partners. We need them in the Middle East. We need them strong. We have a biblical responsibility to them as well as an allied responsibility to Israel.
This is a religious war. Who wins it at the end of the day? Do the radical Islamic terrorists?
They got the good shit on Miss Lindsay. I mean, they got him in like wearing pink panties and, you know, getting spanked by like a 15-year-old boy from Thailand. Good shit. I mean, they got the good on Miss Lindsay. This guy is all about it.
Who want to kill all the Jews because God told them to? Who want to kill me because I'm an infidel? Who want to purify Islam, to reject moderation and make everybody a jihadist? This is a big deal. I'll deal with Section 230. So
I mean, my chat knows what a fatwa is. My chat knows what a fatwa is, but most normies do not. You know,
what we're facing right now is a moment of decision that will set the course of the future of the Mideast for 1,000 years.
So we're being led into a holy war by a guy with a crusader tattoo on his chest? Is that what we're dealing with here? Because these comments come at a pretty interesting time.
Oh shit, we got a new man carrying thing? Okay. Stop the presses.
Hey, so we care about your thoughts and opinions.
Being anti-war during Biden versus during Trump. Okay. I love this guy. He's so good.
Hey, so we care about your thoughts and opinions on all matters. So tell us what your priorities are. We actually care. Okay, great. Yeah. Healthcare, cheaper college, cheaper housing. Okay. Yeah, pass. Okay, can we stop doing wars? I feel like that's a broadly popular opinion. Like war is bad. We can work with that. Hey, how about this? We'll pull our troops out of Afghanistan. Wait, how long were we in Afghanistan? Boom, just like that. We're out of there. Yeah, that's great. We fixed war. Done with that crap. Okay, but then let's actually stop the wars, right?
No.
Wow. Wow. What did I say? You don't think Israel should be able to defend itself? I'm saying let's stop letting them do a genocide. What? Sorry, I'm in a tunnel. We're letting this happen. What? I'm having trouble hearing you. We're letting this happen. Tom, that's a great idea. Lunch? Tom, lunch? I'm against people getting killed. This sounds to me like Russian talking points, and I don't blame you, but where do you get your news from? I'm against people getting killed. Where are you actually saying? Nothing. Right, let's unpack what the term war even means, like historically in a broader context. What even is war? Oh, that's my time. You've been a great crowd. Thanks, everyone. What's the deal with the old pro-war administration, huh? I don't know. We're not into that shit. What? Let's go to military engagement with Iran. What? Military engagement with Iran. Sounds like you're just trying to avoid saying. Sounds like you're trying to avoid saying war. We're not avoiding it. That's why we changed the name of the Department of Defense to the Department of Military Engagement. Sorry, we actually changed it to the Department of War. I thought you guys were all anti-war. No, we're anti-forever war. We're pro-short, cool, snappy wars. Boom, boom, boom. Did you know when the Civil War started, everyone thought it would take a couple of weeks, and as far as I know, it did. Just like our war with Iran. Sorry, military engagement. Well, I think that is bad. I am against that. Oh. Cock what? Pussy. Okay. You wish we had the old trans-estrogen Pentagon military, don't you? You want woke helicopters and soy latte rocket launchers. I mean, come on. We're doing war the old-fashioned way, and I don't give a F what your opinion is about it. Okay. Please give us $40 trillion.
He's so good. He's so good. He's so good. He should be on TV. All right? He needs to be on TV. Folks, give this motherfucker a like. Give this motherfucker a like, please. Holy shit. He's so fucking good. All right, you know what? Subscribe. I'm doing it. I'm pushing the button. I'm ringing the bell. I'm not going to ring the bell. But give this motherfucker the like and subscribe. God, he's funny. Okay, back to the Holy War.
Time. On Monday, March 2nd, independent journalist Jonathan Larson released this report, which might just be one of the more alarming revelations we've seen. The emphasis on revelations. Larson wrote that a combat unit commander told non-commissioned officers at a briefing Monday that the Iran war is part of God's plan, and that President Donald Trump was anointed by Jesus to light the
So this is not a crackpot. This isn't some pastor. This isn't some blogger. This is a combat unit commander. Okay?
Fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to Earth, according to a complaint by a non-commissioned officer. And that's just one of 110 similar complaints made about commanders from every branch of the military logged between last Saturday morning and Monday night. According to the Military Religious Freedom Foundation, the MRFF, these complaints spanned across 40 different units in 30 different installations, which makes this far from being just a one-off.
It's everywhere. It's everywhere. And it's like they're not going to kick you out if you're not religious, but you don't get the promotions, right? You get if you toe the line and you say the right things, you get kicked up the chain. But they'll still let you die on the front lines, right? If you're an atheist.
Per Larson's reporting, the idea that Donald Trump has been bestowed upon the people by Jesus Christ himself to bring about the end times through war in Iran is one being passed down the ranks of the most powerful military on the planet. According to the MRFF president, Mikey Weinstein, their office has been literally inundated with desperate calls from military members across all branches. These calls have one damn freaking thing in common, he said: the unrestricted euphoria of their commanders in command chains as to how this new biblically sanctioned war is clearly the undeniable sign of the expeditious approach of the fundamentalist Christian end times as vividly described in the New Testament book of Revelation. What was that thing Rubio said about Iran? That they're governed by religious fanatics? Wonder what he'd have to say about this reporting. Though we know the Pentagon has not yet responded to Larson's request for comment, I'm sure Keg's breath will clear things up at his earliest convenience once he gets back from the drunk tank. Weinstein continues. Many of their commanders are especially delighted with how graphic this battle will be, zeroing in on how bloody all of this must become in order to fulfill and be in 100% accordance with fundamentalist Christian end-of-the-world eschatology. Larson was also able...
And I gotta point out that the people that are super stoked about the blood and the guts and stuff, they don't see themselves as getting killed. They don't see themselves as having to deal with any of that. They see themselves above all of that, right? And that's going to happen to other people. So they're the worst amongst us, right? And this is why we really need to question. Like we have to start as government policy, kicking people out of positions of power who hold these kind of beliefs. Oh no, oh my God, how dare you, persecute me for my religious beliefs. No, they deserve to be persecuted. They should not have power over other people. They should not be making decisions that affect people's lives, that have, we're talking about cops, we're talking about judges, we're talking about politicians, military commanders. It's interesting. Like, I think it was in there was one Alien movie. Was it the one that everyone hates? It starts with a P, right? But there was interesting. It was interesting because he was like, the captain dies, and the guy that took over was like, he took over, but he had to point out that he wasn't allowed to be a captain because he held extreme religious beliefs, or just religious beliefs in general, because it was deemed too dangerous, right? And immediately he starts, telling people to start praying and shit, that kind of stuff. So, like, we've seen it. Prometheus, yeah. Thank you, Kem Goblin. Thank you for helping me out with that one. But yeah, like the guy in Prometheus who takes over for What's his nuts? God, I'm terrible at this. It was the Franco, something Franco. But it was like, he gets killed and they burn him up, right? But the guy that takes over immediately starts making terrible decisions, and he wasn't even supposed to have power because he was religious. We gotta start talking about that in real life. We do. These people are dangerous. They're making decisions on James Franco. Yeah, Alien. Was it Alien Covenant? Was it that one? It was that one of them. I got to see the new Alien the new Predator movie. That one looks sick. Best James Franco performance ever. He's like in the movie for 3 seconds. Oh, brutal. You're brutal. Get out of here, James Franco. But, we got to have a serious conversation about people with extreme religious ideology being in charge of other people. And, in America, we're very lucky because, we have this, tradition of separation in church and state, right? We the founding fathers, even though they were very religious people, they found it important enough because they were coming from a tyranny where everything was justified by the Bible and the church. Right. And they were so sick of it, even though they were quite religious in their own right. Some of them, most of them. Right. I think some of them weren't. Was Ben Franklin religious? I think Ben Franklin was a atheist. Right. But they saw how the church was weaponized, how these superstitions were weaponized against freedom, against liberty. Come on, AVP2. That's like the worst one, Sabercat. That's like the worst one. Oh, come on. Come on, that's even worse than Prometheus. Yeah, the first Predator movie, sick. Totally sick. Totally sick. Like that middle part of that movie is like perfect. Right? And Jesse Ventura, I don't have time to bleed, and the fucking massive chain gun. It was like a custom-made gun. It was like they took a gun off a fucking helicopter. Like it wasn't even like a real military weapon. Oh man, that fucking movie rules. But yeah, I want to see the new one. It's like an android. She's an android or whatever. Benjamin Franklin said lighthouses are more useful in illuminating than churches. Yo, that's my boy. That's my boy, dude. Hopping in and out of French whorehouses, dude. Hell yeah. God, I love Benjamin Franklin. Every time I hear about this guy, he's like, God, that's my boy. Anyway, what were we talking about? Oh yeah, this video. Sorry.
To get his hands on an email sent by one concerned service member to the MRFF, which read, "Please protect my identity and the identities of those I'm speaking for, as we discussed. Our unit is not currently in the combat zone AOR regarding the Iranian attacks, but we are in a ready support function where we could be deployed there at any moment to join and augment the combat operations as participants. IMA NCO rank withheld in our unit. This morning, our commander opened up the combat readiness status briefing by urging us to not be afraid as to what is happening with our combat operations in Iran right now. He urged us to tell our troops that this was all part of God's divine plan, and he specifically referenced numerous citations out of the book of Revelation, referring to Armageddon and the imminent return of Jesus Christ. He said that President Trump has been anointed by Jesus to light the signal fire in Iran to cause Armageddon and mark his return to Earth. He had a big grin on his face when he said all of this, which made his message seem even more crazy. Our commander would probably be described as a Christian first supporter. He has been this way for a very long time and makes it clear that he desires all of us under him to become just like him as a Christian. But what he did this morning was so toxic and over the line that it shocked many of us in attendance at the ops readiness briefing. Besides myself, I am reaching out to MRFF on behalf of 15 fellow troops. I know you asked me about the religious views of our group who has requested help from the MRFF. I can only tell you that I am Christian and at least 10 of the others are also Christians. One of the others is Jewish and one is Muslim. I don't know the religious or non-religious status of the other 3 at this time. I and my fellow troops know that it is completely wrong to have to suffer through what our commander said today. It's not just the separation of church and state as we discussed, Mr. Weinstein. It's the fact that our commander feels as though he is fully supported and justified by the entire combat unit's name withheld chain of command to inflict his Armageddon views of our attack attack on Iran, on those of us beneath him in the chain of command. I hope that by sending this email to you that this will help expose these wrong actions which destroy morale and unit cohesion and are in violation of the oaths we swore to support the Constitution.
Right, yeah. They took an oath to support the Constitution, and their commander is like grinning with evil glee at the blood and guts and coming Armageddon from, you know, his very specific version of his religious, you know, dogma. Wait, was the Predator Requiem, was that the one where like it's a bunch of scientists that they have a Predator guy, and then the military dudes are like, they're all kind of crazy, they're all kind of like weird, like rejects, and they're the ones called in to go after the Predator? That one was pretty cool. That one was actually pretty cool. So I actually posted this in the general chat, but I think this is relevant. This is a professor talking about Nietzsche.
Nietzsche is at his best when he is sharpening little daggers that he's going to throw at his reader, and he's such a wonderful poet. He says in section 126 of The Gay Science, mystical explanations are thought to be profound. In fact, they are not even superficial.
Woo! God damn.
Oh my, I had to spend a great deal of time.
They're not even superficial. Right? I mean, god damn, dude. You know when you can't find the right word? It's like, you know, there's got to be a word that defines something even more, right? And he just, god damn,
removing
dude.
that from
That's how you use the English language right there. I guess the German language.
my brain. That was one of the greatest one-liners in the history of philosophy. It's devastating. Whole libraries of theology crumble under the force of that blow. It is a remarkably sharp and pointed and barbed instrument of war. Nietzsche is at war with his reader.
Oh, the one with Adrian Brody. Yo, that one was sick, dude. That one was fucking so sick. Yeah. But no, one more time with this Nietzsche quote here about mystical explanations.
Of the gay science. Mystical explanations are thought to be profound. In fact, they are not even superficial.
Superficial. Less. It's not even useful like a fairy tale. Not even, you know, useful like a, you know, like an offhand comment made about something. I mean, it's less than that. It's less than that. Whole library, whole books dedicated to theology crumble at this very sentence, right? It's just, oh, god damn it, dude. God damn it. Okay, back to our holy war.
Larson gives further context by writing that Pete Hegseth...
Oh, really? Woke Patriot? It got me fired from 2 jobs, asked not to return from 2 others. Yo! You're a badass, dude. Your stories are so badass. I have a hard time believing they're real. But you know what? Nobody can come up. No one could fake it. Like, you know, so I have to believe it. I have to believe it. You're such a badass, Woke Patriot. It's fucking ridiculous. I'm sick of it. You need to write a book.
Sponsors a weekly Bible...
You blew a chance to work at the Sci-Fi Channel? No way. At the Sci-Fi Channel? They're wagging your finger about you know being an atheist or being an agnostic. Really, at the Sci-Fi Channel? Bunch of pussies. I don't know. They're you know, Sci-Fi Channel's cool and all, but you know, not that cool. But it was pretty fucking cool. I gotta admit.
Study at the White House that preaches support for Israel. Hegseth's Bible study leader, preacher Ralph Drawlinger, teaches that the reason to support Israel is that God still blesses Israel's allies and curses Israel's enemies, even though Israel killed Jesus. This smear, the historic root of anti-Semitism, has been rejected by every major religion, he writes. Aren't you glad we cover such light topics over here? Larson also mentions a Christian nationalist pastor by the name of Doug Wilson, who was recently in the news after Hegseth invited him to lead a prayer service at the Pentagon.
No, I mean, the more I'm finding out about, you know, I used to talk about how we should try to be more like, you know, we should try to be the Ubermensch. But the more I'm discovering about Nietzsche and philosophy, it's like, no, I don't, you know, because like Nietzsche, if I'm understanding it correctly, like, you know, he wouldn't care about genocide. You know, he wouldn't, you know, it was really about, you know, the will to power and, you know, and like, you know, he didn't think of it like he didn't morality, and I'm butchering this. Woke patriots probably fucking screaming right now. But it seems like morality wasn't as important as the will to power, according to Nietzschean philosophy. And it's like, I can't vibe with that shit, right? It's like, we don't need more killing and death, okay? We have to find philosophies that respect human life. And I don't think Nietzsche respected human life, when describing like the ideal man, right? The Übermensch, right?
Just a couple weeks ago. Although the sermon was described by attendees as pretty vanilla, his other opinions are not described that way. As Wilson happily told CNN, women are the kind of people that people come out of. In his 1999 book,
Gross.
Fidelity, What It Means to Be a
Listen, look, take a look at this guy. Take a look at this fucking guy, okay? And then this is what he thinks of women.
One-woman man, he wrote that a man penetrates, conquers, colonizes, plants. A woman receives, surrenders, accepts.
And they always look like this, surrenders and accepts to these mediocre, inadequate lumps, right? Like imagine being a fucking domestic, mommy sex slave to this fat fuck. You know what I mean? Like you can't be telling people that you're better than them. You can't be telling an entire, a whole the other half of there's intersex as well. But you know what I mean? Like you can't be telling every woman that they need to accept and be your little mommy sex slave when you're looking like fucking, Colonel Sanders on a bender. You know what I mean?
It colonizes plants. A woman receives, surrenders, accepts. Obviously, anyone writing sentences like that doesn't think women should have the right to vote, and he also predictably supports laws that would make homosexuality illegal. As this CNN article notes, his most controversial commentary is arguably about
I don't know if I'll have time for Kristi Noem today. She's fucking fired, replaced by an even more hardline fascist who's plowing forward with the concentration camps, who's a hardcore MAGA fascist who cowered like a little bitch on January 6th. And, Kristi Noem is an embarrassing pick me fascist who was engaging in all the same corruption that everyone else is, but she was just doing it in a way that pissed off Donald Trump. Lewandowski, of course, she's having an affair with Lewandowski, barely keeping it private. Somehow her husband's still married to her, even though everyone fucking knows what's happening there. She's, she keeps Lewandowski around so she can fucking boof him. The whole thing's embarrassing, but like nothing's going to change. In fact, it's going to get worse. I put in the politics section of the Discord there, the concentration camp. Apparently this new guy is, he used to be an MMA guy or some kind of mixed martial art dude. Is it Murkowski? Is that his fucking name? But apparently he has some kind of past, in construction as well. But yeah, the concentration camps are proceeding at pace, right? None of that's changing. It's not going to get any better. It's like Bovino getting kicked out and then replaced with Human. Same shit, different fascist, right? Mark Wayne Mullen, that's who it is. Mark Wayne Mullen, not Murkowski. Doesn't seem to have a decent tailor. His shirt's too baggy, his suit's too tight. They're pieces of shit. Nothing's going to change except for the name on the desk. The concentration camps are still proceeding. Kristi Noem was an embarrassing, vain fascist. And the only reason she was kicked out is because she rubbed Donald Trump the wrong way. Let's not pretend that Donald Trump had some kind of problem with her stealing over $200 million from the American taxpayer. Yeah, she's a fucking idiot. But that's the reason why she was kicked out is because, Donald Trump's whim, right under the bus. Oh, I don't like the way she's playing on TV. Oh, some Hannity said he didn't like her. Hannity said he didn't like her. She's not playing well on TV. And he's inherently sexist anyway. So he's not really willing to give, a woman as many breaks as he would, give a man. So, yeah, those are my opinions on Kristi Noem.
Slavery, which nothing good can come after that disclaimer. He co-wrote a booklet in the 1990s on slavery in the South, which included the claim slavery produced in the South a genuine affection between the races that we believe we can say has never existed in any nation before the war or since. Asked if he still believes there was affection between the races, Wilson said, well, yes, it depends on which master, which slave you're talking about.
Right. They're pro-slave. They hate women. They hate people of other colors, people of other religions. They're murderous, pedophilic sociopaths, and they should be nowhere close to power. We should be purging these people from our from any position of power. But of course, the corporate neoliberal Democrats have found it too politically advantageous. I really like, if we're gonna keep some of this religious crap, we should do it in the way that James Tallarico is doing it. Where he uses religion to reinforce morality instead of defend immorality. So I like what Tallarico is doing with his religious background. I think people have pointed out it's like Jimmy Carter style, religious affiliation, that kind of stuff. So. But a grand majority of the quote unquote religious people that are in our government, in our military, are murderous sociopaths.
These are the types of theologians that our Secretary of War loudly and proudly identifies himself with. And it's not that figures like Wilson or Drawlinger are particular outliers in the administration. Televangelist Paula White Cain has enjoyed a spot in both Trump administrations as the president's very own spiritual advisor. And I'm just going to let this next clip play out so you can really get a sense of what we're dealing with here.
Strike and 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 strike until you have victory for every enemy that is aligned against you. Let there be that we would strike the ground, for you will give us victory, God. I hear a sound of abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of shouting and singing. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. I hear a sound of an abundance of rain. I hear a sound of victory. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. The Lord says it is done. For I hear victory, 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 victory in the corridors of heaven. In the corridors of heaven, victory, 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 victory. For angels are being released.
The editor here, this video points it out too. Like, you got who's this guy just wandering around with the Bible? Is he just like, mumbling the fucking Bible to himself? I mean, these people shouldn't be anywhere close to anybody that has any kind of power. You want to do this in your private church, right? She's going to start talking in tongues. I'm pro liberty. I'm even, I agree with the founders, right? You should have whatever religion you want to have as long as it's not hurting anybody. But that's the thing. It's hurting people. It's hurting people. You got to go back to your little, trailer park, church revivals. Right? You shouldn't be anywhere close to the president of the United States legally. Even if the president wants you next to him, he should not be allowed to do that, right? It should trigger an immediate impeachment proceedings. If he's like, no, I'm going to break the law, you're going to be my spiritual advisor, impeachment. Immediately that should trigger an impeachment. Right? We have to recognize how dangerous these people actually are. They will kill us all. They will fucking kill us all, and they'll do it with a big smile, and they'll say, and they'll feel satisfied that they're literally doing God's will, right? I mean, they're some of the most dangerous people you can run into, a religious fundamentalist,
Right now, angels are being dispatched right now. Hamanda aka ata raka teda baka sanda ata ambo osa kata rite eke banda ata rite didi ashata. For angels have even been dispatched from Africa right now. Africa right now. Africa right now. From Africa right now. They're coming here. They're coming here. In the name of Jesus. From South America. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. They're coming here. From Africa. From South America. Angelic forces.
They're also incredible hypocrites, right? Because Jesus, 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 Bible, Bible, Bible. How many homeless people does she have in her home? You know? How many times has she, stopped what she's doing and saw somebody that was suffering and got out of her Bentley? It's one of those ridiculously huge luxury vehicles that she drives around in. Right? How many times has she, stopped to feed the homeless and brought people, into her own home and given up her possessions and, done any of the teachings of Jesus? Probably zero. Probably fucking zero. So on top of everything else, the murderous sociopathy, they're hypocrites. They're fucking hypocrites. Glossolalia, stripped of any religious context, is a symptom of severe mental illness. Ooh, that's man, we got the fucking thesaurus in the chat today. What's that one? That's a good one. Glossolalia, commonly known as speaking in tongues, is the fluid, rapid vocalization, speech-like syllables that lack consistent meaning or syntactic structure, often occurring during intense religious experiences.
Glossolalia.
Oh, lalia. Oh, I was so close. Glossolalia. Glossolalia. Yeah. So, this kind of shit's been happening for quite some time. And it should like literally, just like in South Korea, how the president, like his impeachment proceeding started automatically after trying to do a coup, right? After trying to do martial law and claiming it was North Korea. That's what needs to happen if these people get anywhere close to power. It should immediately trigger a legal proceeding to, for something to happen, right? For either the politician who tried to bring this person into power or the person themselves is prosecuted. And we have to talk about it. It's not, you're not being, you're not being prejudiced, right? By pointing out how dangerous these people are. You're really not. It's not a prejudice thing. It's not you, hating religion just because you hate religion. It's you acknowledging how dangerous religious people are. Fundamentalists, religious fundamentalists. And that distinction needs to be clear, right? Because, you interact with religious people every single day, right? Whatever. That's not a problem. It's the religious fundamentalists that want to plunge a knife into your chest with a big smile on their face.
Angelic reinforcement, angelic reinforcement, angelic reinforcement.
Finally, we've got...
And like Donald Trump doesn't believe in any of it. He's a tool. To him, this woman's a tool, right? To get the stupids on his side. He doesn't believe a fucking word. The whole thing is an act for him, and she knows that as well. She fucking knows that as well. Doesn't care. Yeah, exactly, Dream. And I'm reading your comment here, Sabercat.
Pastor John Hagee, a friend of the president and one of the most rabid Christian Zionists in America. Hagee led a sermon the other day predicting that Russia, Turkey, what's left of Iran, and groups of Islamics will invade Israel and be destroyed by God through a combined attack of earthquakes, hailstones, and friendly fire.
This earthquake is going to swallow one third of the advancing army consisting of Russia, Turkey, and what's left of Iran, and groups of Islamics that want to join this marching army in the future coming to Israel. You say that's never happened before. Yes, it has. Remember when Moses came down from the mount? He had the 10 Commandments. He found his people committing adultery. He threw the 10 Commandments, and it struck the ox, and God opened the ground.
Every time a religious person does this, I just picture a nerd getting in, being in front of a podium and saying like, and then Gandalf smited the great beast on the bridge and plunged into the depths with the Balrog, right? And then Harry smited the one that shall not be named, whatever his fucking name was. You know, like just total made up bullshit represented as historic fact. I can never get over that. How they just they read these stories from a fucking Bible written a bazillion years ago, curated for political purposes, right? The King James Version. And it's just presented as historical fact. Exactly, Blue Brother. Yeah.
And swallowed everybody that had broken the law of Moses.
And the Balrog was fierce. And Golem was greedy.
This guy has been to the White House, by the way. He's not just some fringe character with no motion.
An earthquake is going to do this again. He will swallow 1/3 of that invasionary force. Immediately following that, the Bible says, every man's sword shall be turned against his brother. They will kill each other because there will be multiple armies speaking multiple languages with multiple weapons, and they're going to hit confusion and kill each other. The third weapon God's going to use as he crushes the adversaries of Israel is hailstones from heaven. God has these 3 weapons ready for Russia, for Iran, and for Turkey, and everybody that follows them in the near future. This is going to happen.
And then you get you look at the audience. These people will drag us into a fascistic, authoritarian tyranny where a good majority of us are straight up enslaved. And they'll pat themselves on the back, while they're cheating on their wives and engaging in alcoholism and backstabbing their best buddies and just committing sin of all different kinds, engaging in full-blown hypocrisy while dragging the rest of society down with them into their fucking pit of despair. Like these, we have to stop them. We have to stop them. There's logic is out the window. Common sense is gone. They don't believe that, they claim they believe in mercy. They have none. They have none. If Donald Trump fills up the concentration camps that he's building with, American citizens, they will cheer it on. They will cheer it on as long as Hagee tells them to. Incredibly, I can't stress this enough, how incredibly dangerous they are. The founding fathers knew how fucking dangerous they were. They are.
Hagee, along with all the other fanatics we've looked at today, are all in pretty close proximity to the administration currently waging war on an Islamic nation in the Middle East. And yes, while it can be extremely hard trying to predict what Trump is gonna do, he sort of changes his mind on a whim. There's always the chance he could come out one day and say, war is over, I've struck a deal with Iran, an amazing deal, the best deal you've ever seen, I ended the 9th war. We aren't exactly moving that direction right now. And the people surrounding him, Pete Hegseth, his spiritual advisor, certain members of Congress, and the Israeli government especially, are all urging him to keep going, moving up the ladder of escalation. Yeah, whatever the insane motivations may be, the combined goal here seems to be to pummel Iran into the ground until they either play ball with America, as Trump wants, or until they're a complete and utter failed state, as Israel wants. But no one wants to seriously address...
No one protects more pedos than the Pope. It's the Pope and then Donald Trump.
The question of what comes next, because I don't think these guys are gonna like the answer.
Mr. President, what's the worst case scenario that you have planned for in Iran?
Well, I don't know if there's a worst case. We have them very much beaten militarily from the military standpoint. I guess the worst case would be we do this and then somebody takes over who's as bad as the previous person, right? That could happen. We don't want.
He's got no clue. He's got no fucking clue what he's just done. And he's screaming at his sycophantic yes men to fix it in the background. He has no fucking idea what he's just done.
That to happen. It would probably be the worst. You go through this and then in 5 years you realize you put somebody in who was no better.
So big props over here to Jawbree. Like I said, really killing it with the videos. The last one I saw was the Barry Weiss one. World War Epstein, Howard Lucknick is not getting into heaven. Pam Bondi over here, Prince Andrew. I like his thumbnail style too. He really has a distinct thumbnail style. He's really nailed a very distinct thumbnail style. So I couldn't recommend Jawbree enough. Make sure you're checking him out. Like and subscribe, folks. Get up on the Jawbree. He's an up-and-comer. He's an up-and-comer, folks.
I'm gonna come.
We got an up-and-comer right here. Let's have a little bit more fun. I got two fun clips I wanted to show you. This war in Iran has been a long time coming. This has been something that right-wingers have been pining over for quite some time because they're subservient, of course, to Israel. You got famously, John McCain, bomb Iran. He's grinning ear to ear. His corpse is grinning ear to ear right now. So I just thought I'd show you a couple examples of this being talked about in popular media. Because if you've been paying attention to politics, you've known that this has been the goal for the right wingers for quite some time.
Ground zero. So this is where the first guy got AIDS.
Peter, this is the site of the 9/11 terrorist attacks.
Oh, so Saddam Hussein did this?
No.
The Iraqi army?
No.
Some guys from Iraq?
No.
That one lady who visited Iraq that one time?
No, Peter, Iraq had nothing to do with this. It was a bunch of Saudi Arabians, Lebanese, and Egyptians financed by a Saudi Arabian guy living in Afghanistan and sheltered by Pakistanis.
So you're saying we need to invade Iran?
And that's if you believe the official story. That's if you believe the official fucking story on 9/11. So I got this other one I want to show you. Mad TV skit. A Mad TV skit that not only is making fun of what we're experiencing right now. This is like 20 years old or something, okay? But it's also making fun of Steve Jobs. So we get a twofer here. This is a good one.
Ladies and gentlemen, Apple Computer shareholders and investors, may I introduce the founder of Apple Computers, Mr. Steve Jobs.
Welcome, everyone. In the last 3 years, Apple Computers has introduced technology that has changed the world. The iPod, the iMac, the iBook, the iPhone.
And look, it's like literally I don't know if they can afford an iPhone or whatever, but it's literally just a fucking printout. It's just a printout picture of an iPhone. Anyway, I thought that was funny.
The iPhone, the iPicture frame, the iLamp, the iMicrowave, and the iVacuum cleaner. Tonight, I will unveil to you our newest technology, and it will synergize with all of our products. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the iRack.
Unstable.
Trust me, the intelligence briefings I got on the iRack are completely credible.
The iRack looks like something we shouldn't be involved with. It looks like you put it together with no directions.
I'm confident the
Sound familiar?
iRack will work without any directions or plans of any sort.
But the iRack looks all shaky. I mean, you are going to fix it, right?
Wrong. This is the iRack as we intended. Mission accomplished. Now I'm going to put our products into the iRack.
But by the way, it's good to note that Mad TV, right after 9/11 happened, just like every other, any other thing that was on TV, was extremely jingoistic And this person went full brown face. I can't remember his name. This actor, this comedian, but he was like with Mad TV throughout almost their entire run. But he went full, like, screaming, jihadi, Allah Akbar, brown, Michael McDonald. Yeah, thank you. But they went full jingoism. And this was after, 3-4 years of not exactly defending George Bush, but, it was basically you're either defending, the invasion or you're not patriotic, you're not American, right? And Mad TV definitely had more than a few skits that defended that worldview. But then, 3-4 years of George Bush and his failed invasion. And then these are the kind of skits that they're doing.
No, Mr. Jobs, don't force them in there.
I know what I'm doing. I'm not dumb.
The IRAC looks like it doesn't even want those things in there.
Don't worry. I know what's best for the Iraq.
Don't put more in the Iraq. It'll collapse on itself.
Wrong. What the Iraq needs is more things.
And by the way, Barack Obama, after running an entire presidential campaign on, how ridiculous this all was, you know it.
Obama.
About how, we got to get out. It's been a waste of money. It was Barack Obama that looked forward and not behind, and instead of getting us out of these quagmires, increased. He would do troop surges, like so an extra 10,000, 20,000 more troops. That'll fix it. And then he would cut back a couple thousand, and then we do more troop surges. If you were paying attention to politics during the Obama era, you'd probably remember that term being used, right? Surges. So it wasn't just George Bush.
Be putting more things in. You should be taking things out.
Yeah, get things out of the Iraq.
Does everyone here want me to take things out of the Iraq?
Yes.
I hear what you're saying, and the answer is no. I'm going to put even more things in the Iraq.
But the eye products don't even look like they're getting along in the Iraq. They look like they hate each other in there.
Look, the Iraq's starting to smoke.
That's just the beginnings of synergy. I will help the process along by throwing the rest of our money at the Iraq.
You're ruining the Iraq.
So after this sketch, we're still in Iraq, by the way. We haven't officially left. And by the time we hastily got out of Afghanistan, it was like 19 years. 19, and we're still in Iraq, by the way. This quagmire, Obama soda video, what? So, when this sketch was happening, we were only, there for like 3-4 years, right? And it was evident to everybody that we needed to get out, and we're still there. After Biden, after Obama, media doesn't even talk about it. It's just, we're there now. We just live there now.
As stockholders, we will not support you in this.
I don't care. And guess what? I'm going to put 21,000 more things in the Iraq.
Oh, the Iraq's on fire!
Oh my God, the fire from the Iraq is engulfing the entire building.
Everybody out!
Oh my God! Where's the exit? How do we get out of here?
You can't get out of here. There is no exit strategy.
We never had one, and we still don't have one. And this is what we're doing again, a third time. We're talking about boots on the ground. We're talking about occupying Iran. And wait till you get to the conclusion here, folks.
I want you all to stop focusing on the Iraq and start focusing on our newest product, the Iran.
This is not new. This is not new. You know, it's not new. It really, you know, and here we are.
Obama.
I have never seen this before. I have literally never seen this before. That's fucking awesome.
Obama.
Why is that so funny? One more time.
Obama.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I know I probably shouldn't be laughing as much as I should be. That's hilarious. That's legitimately hilarious. I know that the Undertale OST kind of makes that clip. One more time.
Obama.
How have I never seen? I've never seen this before. It's probably because I'm not on social media as much as I should be. Soda. What is even the context? What is even the fucking context? Okay, now here come the clips.
Feel like I'm getting deja vu. This is like a rock war number 2. A rock war number 2. I like to look at those oil
He won it on
supplies.
Super Tuesday. Oh,
Be ashamed if
Minnesota.
someone invaded you. If someone invaded you. And
All right, I'm so sorry for the AI stuff. I know I'm not allowed to find this shit funny. I'm sorry.
and so far away. Above my head, above them night and day. But destroy USA.
Right. Okay. Okay. That's pretty funny, Rebel Phoenix. That's a good one. Soda. That one's pretty funny too. I guess I need to get back on social media. I do have a Christy Gnome follow-up. There's even a verse with BB. All right, let's do the verse with BB. I'm curious now.
Feel like I'm getting.
Hold on, let me see BB over here. Kind of worried I was gonna get a DMCA here. Where BB at? I don't see BB. Or he talks about BB. All right, one little bit more. He's pushing one button on the keyboard. That's pretty funny.
And it's a big red button. Atomic bombs come falling down on you. Mushroom clouds in view. Send out a tweet to let you know. World War III, 'cause Israel told me to. All for Netanyahu.
Oh, there we go.
And I read so far away.
You know, I wasn't even part of this era of music, but I did a deep dive a couple years ago on 80s music. Shit's good. You know, get away from the radio. Get away from the radio. And you realize, damn, there was some good stuff happening in the 80s musically. Right? It wasn't just like, you know, hey Mickey, you're so fine, right?
Upon my red, upon them night and day. And I ran so far away. Upon my red, upon them night and day. But destroy USA.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, there's some like really good 80s music out there, right? If you get away from the stuff, there's like they play like, you know, the 80s radio, they play like 100 songs. And that's it. And then like if you know, cuz up until I did that deep dive, I thought the 80s was just that 100 songs on the radio, and I was like, I fucking hate the 80s. And boy, was I wrong. Iranian Rhapsody. Okay, we'll leave that one for next time. Yeah, are there bands anymore? That's a good question. So this is kind of funny. They're already, like, immediately they took Kristi Noem off the TSA screens, which is pretty fucking funny.
Bitch.
Bye. No more Guitar Heroes. No, there isn't. Here's how to deal with corporate sponsorship.
Guys, this is going to be my Blue Chew review.
Oh, okay, yeah, this Cumtown bit. I think I have seen that. We'll leave the Cumtown alone. Funny guys, you know, and like I'm not the biggest fan of Stavros, but I respect him. I respect Stavros big time because he's one of the only people, you know, standing up. Him and Mark Maron and you know a few others are standing up against Joe Rogan and his fucking stupidity. I mean, he's still... It's like he's still trying to be cool with some of these people. You know what I mean, Stavros? But he's, you know, he's willing to criticize them. You know, and that, I'm sure that's affected... I'm sure Joe Rogan is like, I'm never going to have Stavros on my show. Right? I'm sure that's how it's going down. So you got to... I respect Stavros. From what I've seen of his comedy, I'm like, whatever, you know, gay jokes and like, you know, whatever, you know, he's constantly talking about penises. Fun. I'm sure some people find it funny. So his comedy's not for me, but I respect him. I respect Stavros. And yeah, the blue chip, the Blue Chew thing is very funny. It reminds me of the Man Grate. I'd rather watch the Man Grate from Norm Macdonald. That's how you handle corporate sponsorship. It's the Man Grate from the Norm Macdonald thing. That's goddamn good. I wanted to show you, you know, I haven't done this in a little while, but there was a massive, massive tornado in Michigan. And I have several angles of it here throughout my Discord. I got this one video queued up here at least. This shit ripped through Michigan. It's really something else. Yeah, take that, Michigan. But I mean, look at the size of this bad boy. I used to live in Michigan. It was my state that I was born in.
There is a tornado.
Yeah, no shit, buddy.
Holy crap.
And yeah, several times in my childhood, I remember, whoa, that just took out a house. Several times in my childhood, I remember, you know, going to a friend's house to go, you know, to their basement, right, and just, you know, hang out in the basement for the rest of the night until the tornado passed. Lakeside community in Michigan, not quite sure where in Michigan. The other clip I had somewhere in here was more specific about where it was from. Let's see if I can find it here. Yeah, here it is. Three Rivers, Michigan. I'll show you this other clip that I have. I mean, that's a monster. That's a biggie right there. That's your whole house obliterated. Yeah, those strings of debris, that's a person's house. So yeah, you're screaming like, get in the basement, right? Welcome back, Harry. Good to see you. Right, you're screaming, get in the basement. Well, look at this dumb fuck. Tell me if you can't point out what this idiot is doing wrong, you know, for his little social media, you know, great video, but maybe you can point out how, you know, the mistake that this dumbass is making right here. So this is in Three Rivers, Michigan. By the way, all of Michigan looks like this. You've seen this? You've seen literally the entirety of Michigan, except for the wooded area. But every part of Michigan looks like this.
It's all right, it's all right, it's all right, it's all right. Lysandra, lock this door. You guys are chickens. Stay safe. Lock it.
Yeah, like a parking lot at a Walmart. So have you spotted the insane mistake that this dumbass is making? Jesus Christ.
It's all right.
So he's got people screaming at him. Get away from the fucking window. Get away from the fucking window, dumbass. It's literally the worst place you could stand. Literally the worst. Yeah, Lenny will tell you. Accidents waiting to happen over there. This is an accident waiting to happen right here. One of the worst places you could stand, besides being like outside naked while the tornado is happening. His mistake is living in Michigan. Oh, traffic. Oh. But no, the second worst place to be, instead of naked standing in front of a tornado. He's like, oh, it's okay. It's okay. I'm in front of a 1-inch thick window at a Cricket cell phone store.
You guys are chickens.
He's literally calling these people chickens. You guys are chickens. Okay? You're gonna lose your eyesight. Okay? You're gonna be showered in glass.
Stay safe. Lock it.
So they're literally telling him, get the hell away from the window, dumbass. Oh, you guys are chickens. I'm voting for Trump. I'm tough. I'm tough. Tornado ain't gonna hurt me, you chicken. I'm at the Cricket Wireless store. Dumbass. So yeah, that was over there in Three Rivers, Michigan. A Menards store collapsed. No word yet on casualties. This was 1 day ago. Yeah, Rebel Phoenix. Yeah, fucking lop his head straight off. He's Trump smart. I got truck nuts. You guys are chickens. You guys are chickens. You're not tough like me. I'm gonna go beat my wife. I'm a tough guy. So this is hilarious. This is funny. I just got some random shit today. But someone in Nantucket bought a Cybertruck, and the local newspaper has been following them around, making fun of them. Amazing. Amazing. So this local newspaper has just been following this Cybertruck owner around. Listen to this. Hold on. Tesla Cybertruck makes an appearance on Main Street, immediately parks on a crosswalk. Of course it's an asshole. Of course it's an asshole. And the Nantucket Current's got an update here. We have an update, believe it or not. The fucking truck's stuck in the fucking sand. Oh, God. Wait a minute, but I saw in the Cybertruck, Elon said I could drive the Cybertruck off-road. What's going on? I put truck nuts on my Cybertruck, and now it won't, no, now it's stuck in the sand. I mean, look at this. Like, my Honda Fit could get out of this fucking quagmire that this truck is in. My Honda Fit could handle this better than this fucking thing. And it parks on a fucking crosswalk, of course. Look at this parking job. Of course it's an asshole. Yeah, I love my Honda Fit. It's great. It's a great little car. Yeah, no, it can barely drive on the road, let alone off. So that's hilarious. This is pretty funny. This is a funny one. Bomb kids or fuck kids? Why not both? Why not both? So here's another follow-up to the Kristi Noem, Mark Wayne Mullen. It's interesting. These people, they mask their racism, by saying DEI, right? That's what Charlie Kirk used to do, right? DEI candidate. And really, he was just saying, I don't want a black person to be a pilot. I don't want a black person to drive a car, et cetera, right? They just say DEI. And these are the most DEI motherfuckers that ever existed, right? Because the argument is that, even if you're not, just because you're black, it doesn't matter if you're qualified or not. And of course, the reality is the exact opposite, that because of systemic racism, black and brown people who hold positions of power, like a doctor, like a pilot, they actually have to work extra hard to get those positions. So they're actually more qualified to be in those positions, right? And their racist argument is that they're just there because they're black, filling some quota, right? But these are the most motherfucking, pampered ass in positions of power that they don't belong in motherfuckers that have ever existed. So this is the guy building the concentration camps now. Highest undergrad degree, associate in construction technology. Well, that'll come in handy. Only U.S. senator without a bachelor degree. no law degree, no law enforcement background, no national security experience, no security intelligence or emergency MGT skills, whatever that means. So, I mean, literally, yeah, I feel like I'm more qualified to be in the position than this fucking jackass is. And but what is he good at? Kissing ass. Kissing ass, sucking toes. Magic the Gathering, is that it? He doesn't have any Magic the Gathering skills? What a bitch. What a bitch. Exactly, Traffic, exactly. Not looking good in Tel Aviv. I'm glad my ex-boyfriend's family all left in 2020. Holy shit. Holy shit balls. Holy shit. Is this happening? Where's the interceptions? Where's the golden fucking dome? Whoa. Where's the Iron Dome, man? Is this old footage or is this new footage? According to this person, it's Tel Aviv right now. There is no Iron Dome anymore. Iran has exhausted their Iron Dome with old cheap drones. Now the real ones. They're out of interceptors? I find that hard to believe. God damn, if that's real. God damn. Smells fishy. Smells a little fishy. I agree. I would like to see... Yeah, because, you know, BBC, mainstream media, they're just covering Iran getting blown up. They're not covering Israel getting blown up. Of course not. Yeah, that's what this, according to this person on, you know, on Thread, whatever this is. What is this? Threads? This Facebook? I don't even know anymore. I mean, that's crazy. If that's real, that's fucking actually legitimately crazy. Because not a single one of those is being intercepted. That is big time devastation. So, well, I'll leave, you know. I'll leave, you know, I want further proof. I want further proof. I'm curious now, though. I'm curious. 4 days ago, 5 days ago, 11 hours ago, 5 days ago, 9 hours ago, 8 months ago. It seems like that was old footage. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, Factually Active. That's what I'm looking for. Our Gulf states running, so the Gulf states, they're talking about 7 hours ago. U.S. running out of missiles 7 hours ago. Oh, Tim Dillon talking about it. This fucking Trump dick sucker. No, now he's going to tell us, you know, is he going to admit that he was wrong? No. Fuck Tim Dillon. Tim Dillon makes me fucking sick. Okay, let's see what we got here. Iron Dome failed. Ugh, social media. Explosions hit central Israel as Iranian missiles penetrate defense. March 3rd, so this is a couple days ago. According to the person who posted it. Yeah, I need to see more before I buy it there, because there was, like, you know, during the 12-day war, there was, you know, Iran was able to squeak through with a couple pretty nasty barrages. You know, they would saturate, overwhelm Iron Dome, and then send in a second barrage, right? Be a month and the Iranians are still pounding Tel Aviv and Hormuz is still closed. Maybe clutch cargo. Maybe. I mean, I'm hearing reports that they're already out of shit. You know, so I'm actually not sure. So I got to show you this. Just disgusting. You know, because like now that the Groypers are in charge of the White House communications team, yeah, I mean they hit one traffic. They blew up one. We have more than one. $300 million radar. They were able to blow up. So they hit one, Iran. But anyway, back to this clip here. This is disgusting. They're using all of the shit that we like. Video games, movies, you know, TV shows that we like. And the most bizarre thing, even Jake Tapper pointed this out on CNN yesterday. A lot of these people that they're using in this propaganda video are villains. Like even like the Star Wars guy. Like the fucking space fascist. And they're, you know, they're presenting themselves as if they're these characters that are doing this. So we got Call of Duty Modern Warfare calling in a fucking airstrike. Hold on, I got a better one here.
We're winning this fight.
We're winning this fight. Hold on, see if I can find it here. I have a more full clip of the propaganda video that they put out. I think actually I'll just look it up here. Because they called it like American. Is it Liberation? No, that's not what it was called. No, FARC hostage video? No. What do they call it? American style liberation? Oh, man. It's in my... Shit. I don't know. I got it somewhere. If someone could get me the clip, I'd appreciate it. But it's like, it's got like Better Call Saul. You know, it's got a bunch of... You know, it's got like Halo in it. See if I can find it here. Yeah, Justice. Here it is. I found it. Justice the American Way. That's what it's called. It's just disgusting. It's just like tasteless and disgusting. But of course, this is how the Groyper Nazis who are running the communications department now, this is how they see the world. So Tony Stark,
wake up, Daddy son.
Who would despise Donald Trump, right? Maybe not Civil War Tony Stark.
Welcome home, son.
Strength and honor. Strength and honor.
What will you do without freedom?
Fucking Braveheart. Fucking Braveheart. Are you serious? He gave his life to fight the fucking British Empire, right? Wasn't that the story?
Mavericks inbound.
So the fucking Tom Cruise character from Top Gun?
You can't conceive of what I'm capable of.
This is supposed to be America? A dirty lying lawyer threatening his enemies?
Finishing this fight.
Master Chief? Master Chief is MAGA, huh?
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm back.
I'm thinking I'm back? A brutal mercenary who specializes in shooting people in the fucking head? And then this Tom Cruise character from fucking Tropic Thunder, who's like one of the most disgusting, loud-mouthed, arrogant, you know, like that was the whole character, is that he was arrogant, murderous, selfish.
I'm here to fight for truth and justice.
Superman, truth and justice. Walter White, a drug dealing murderer who went insane, killing his way to the top of the fucking drug game.
The danger. Time to
to find out.
Optimus Prime. Optimus Prime. The symbol of all that is good and righteous in the Transformers universe.
Maximum effort.
Deadpool? Deadpool. And this literally doesn't make any fucking sense at all. He would shoot Donald Trump in the Roblox. Deadpool, if you gave him enough money.
Here it comes.
Beerus the Destroyer. Beerus the Destroyer, which I know sounds like a MAGA name, but no, he was a he was a destroyer because he would destroy for balance. He would like wave his hand and Donald Trump would disappear into ash. He would despise Donald Trump for using his power against the weak and the vulnerable. Beerus the Destroyer only destroys when it's necessary. More. So, and here's the space fascist. While he's literally genociding, this is the scene in the Star Wars movie where he's literally genociding freedom-loving, liberty-loving rebels. Last time I checked, that's supposed to be America. And he's screaming more, more, more as he's genociding an entire system of planets. Kill more, kill more, kill more. Nothing good about this character, literally. They tried to redeem him in the later movies. I don't think I've seen all the new ones. Right? But he's literally genociding. Reveling in his power. Yu-Gi-Oh? Yu-Gi-Oh.
This. Flawless victory.
Flawless victory. They're like 6 minutes into this massive failure. Talking about boots on the ground. Yeah, Kylo Ren, and that's his name, Kylo Ren. Incel hero. Splicing this in with real war crimes, by the way. This is the unarmed ship. Didn't have any weapons. It was an Iranian ship. It was participating in an exercise with the Indian government, I believe, the Indian military. Intentionally, specifically, was not carrying weapons. And then the U.S. military let these sailors drown. Something even Nazi Germany didn't do to our troops when they would torpedo us. Literal war crime spliced in. I mean, I guess it's appropriate to use Kylo Ren here. It was okay. Sure. Okay. It's a military target, blase. But it's a war crime to just let those guys drown. You're actually supposed to fish them out. You're supposed to fucking fish them out. Dude commits intergalactic genocide because his daddy didn't play catch with him and his mommy didn't love him enough. Yeah. Did he even have the Force, Kylo Ren? Was he even a Force user like Darth Vader? Wasn't he the son of Han Solo? So just a total bitch. Fucking bitch made. Wannabe fan of fucking Darth Vader over here. He was powerful with the Force. Oh, okay. Then they tried to make him like, I don't know, he was like, he wanted to, get with the girl, the girl that they tried. I mean, just, like, mission accomplished. Like, these people are in La La Land. They're in fucking La La Land. But here's the thing. You can't gaslight your way out of this. You can't gaslight your way out of the economy. You can't gaslight your way out of a quagmire in the Middle East. And that's why what we're seeing here is happening. Let me show you this clip. So this is what's happening in MAGA land, at least for some folks. Right? So this guy who was totally down for the racism, totally down for ICE, killing patriots, killing Second Amendment loving patriots who were engaging in the most American activity that exists, dissent, right? Talking about Alex Preddy. They love that. They love the arresting 5-year-old children and pulling grandmas out of hospitals and arresting them. They loved all that. They were totally okay making excuses for the Jeffrey Epstein pedophilia. Oh, it's not real. Oh, he released the files and he said he's not in them and he's exonerated. Okay, I'm going to believe that. I'm going to repeat those lies. So this dingus dongus totally okay with all that shit. And then the corruption, the ballroom, the daily embarrassments, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Everything that Trump is. So this ding dong was perfectly okay with all of that, right? Puts the little Trump bumper sticker on his fucking ridiculously large, probably Ford F-150, Super Duty that he doesn't even use to haul anything with. So he's cool with all that. Goes to the gas station, realizes he's got to pay an extra 15 cents a gallon, and then this is the performance he gives us. Wow, what a hero. Wow.
How the fuck can we take America back when these cocksuckers don't even fucking support us? Fuck these motherfuckers.
Right. Down with the fascism, down with the racism, down with the effeminate, fancy lad New Yorker shitting on a golden fucking toilet, down with the pedophilia, down with the sexual assaults, the rape against E. Jean Carroll. Oh, it's not real. That's not real. Down with the impeachments. Down with January 6th. But no, he's got to pay a little bit more in gas. So there we go. Goodbye, Donald Trump. By the way, do we really believe this guy's done? Yeah. At best, we're going to get from this dingle-donger him refusing to participate. You think he's going to vote for a Democrat? You think he's going to listen to Nick Fuentes, who's telling his audience to vote Democrat? The best we're going to get, and I'll take it, by the way. I'll fucking take it. I'll take it. But the best we're going to get from this dingle-dong is him no longer participating in politics. And I'll fucking take it. No problem. What a patriot. What a patriot. How many fucking guns does this jackass own? Right? Oh, I'm going to fight against tyranny. That's the tyranny of Joe Biden making me wear a mask during COVID. I'm a hero. I'm a hero. Yeah, exactly, blase. I'm a hero because I'm spreading the disease in the movie theater. I'm not wearing a mask. I can barely breathe. Oh, wait, ICE wearing a mask? That's cool. That's based. Oh, wait, I got to pay an extra 15 cents at the gas pump? Get this sticker off my truck. I can't believe it's not America first. It's not America first. I'll take it. I'll take it. Okay? But I'm not going to fucking drink a beer with you. Okay? I'm not going to have a fucking conversation with you. Okay? We're still enemies, motherfucker. Because you're not changing a goddamn thing. You're not changing a motherfucking thing. You're just sitting this one out. You're gonna wait for the next fascist to come up and tell you if you're still alive, you fat fuck. You're just gonna wait for the next fascist to charm you into giving that person your vote, right? I'll wait around for Nick Fuentes to run for president. He's America first. He's America first. Zeke Howe. I'm into Americanism. Yeah, he needs a fucking apparatus to change his fucking socks. No way. Nick Fuentes says I'm going to vote Democrat. I'm going to walk my ass over to the Taco Bell. I hate Taco Bell. I don't eat there. Yeah, exactly. Woke patriot, right? That's a great point. Because here they are, roaring back, using the same fucking tactics that the Nazis did, right? Scaring you with the other, right? Be afraid, the brown people are coming. You know, it was the Jews before, but now it's brown people. Great replacement theory. Fascism, it's fascism by any other word. So that's what the Germans got. And this is what America gets when we forgive the Confederacy, when we let these fucking idiots strut around cosplaying as patriots while they literally support a tyranny with ICE. Yeah, exactly. Woke patriot. No, exactly. Yeah, they're mea culpa right now because, oh, it's affecting me. It's affecting me. No one said it was going to affect me. I thought it was just going to hurt the people that I already hated. Oh, now it's affecting me. I gotta, because like these big ass trucks, a 20 cent, 30 cent, 50 cent rise in gas. That's like an extra $100 in your fucking tank if you're driving one of these ridiculously huge, obscene fucking trucks, right? Oh, now it's affecting me. Now it's affecting me. Yeah, who is guilty of that? First of all, that's supposed to be inherently bad when it should be controlled. And it doesn't necessarily mean it's inherently bad. But what was the party? Who was the party responsible for that? Invictus? Huh? Would you like to remind everybody who the party in charge was when that supposedly terrible thing, scary immigrants coming into the UK? Oh no! You want to remind the audience what party was in charge when that was happening? Since all I'm getting from you is fucking silence, it was the Tories. Right? Now, and same thing in the United States, right? Does uncontrolled immigration and abusing the asylum system, is that a bad thing? Absolutely. Right? These things should be controlled. Right? Does that mean that hardworking people coming across the border who want to become citizens, who want to become taxpayers, who are honestly more patriotic than the dingle-donger that I just showed on the screen? It's a bad thing to let those people into our countries, let them work hard in the prime of their life most of the time. Oh, they bring disease. They make me uncomfortable. Oh, I just want a falafel in peace. I don't want a falafel by a brown person. I want a falafel served at Taco Bell. Right. So even if you agree that all that's inherently bad, who was the party in charge during that scary, terrible immigration surge? The conservatives. Why? Because they were abusing the system to give them a temporary economic boost. Because they were overworking these people. They were taking advantage of these people. Right? And it's always kick them out, right? The solution is always kick them out, kick them out, kick them out. Fucking great replacement bullshit. Oh, my precious white skin, my precious white culture. It's never legalize. It's never make them into productive tax-paying. They're already productive. How about we make them pay more taxes? Give them citizenship, right? Have them go through the process. No, we can't do that. No, I'm being replaced. My great race is being replaced. I'm not a Nazi, though. I'm not a racist. I'm not a bigot, though. I'm not a bigot. I'm just uncomfortable around brown and gay people. And people with blue hair and nose rings. Oh, they make me uncomfortable. So I'm gonna support governments that discriminate against them. But I'm not a bad person. I'm not a fascist. Oh, what was that hilarious? Hold on. Yeah. So this person in the chat here, Mr. Invictus, this is who you are, man. This is you right here.
I just got off. Get out my way, Lambo. Get out my way. I just got off 15-hour shift at the compressor factory. I don't care who that birds. Just gotta get out my way.
It says legalize asbestos. I don't eat vegetables.
I'm gonna throw
They do that too, man. They pull right up on you, honk their big fucking horns, and their big, obscene, spotless trucks. Trucks that could fucking, tow a building off its foundation, right? And they're cruising around and they're going back and forth to the fucking Taco Bell and back. I hate Taco Bell. I would never eat there. Right? Going back and forth to the fucking Walmart and back. Going back and forth to the fucking Cracker Barrel in their fucking spotless ass trucks. Massive, massive fucking trucks. The Moon's Prince. Hi. Let's go ahead and watch this Kyle Kulinski video. I'm curious. Yeah, exactly. Traffic. Exactly. Big engine equals tiny dick. Look, it's like if you got a reason to be driving one of these things, right? You're in construction, you're hauling shit, you're towing something, right? You need a big old heavy super duty. Okay. All right. Okay. I'll shut up. But a grand majority of these motherfuckers, spotless ass trucks. They don't do any work with it. Just cruising around, A to B, going back to the Cracker Barrel and back, going back to the Denny's and back. Empty flatbed hitch to the back, never dropping anything off. Exactly, German. Exactly. Like I don't know if I would pass a law, right? But I don't know. I would consider it. Like, do you have a reason to be wasting this much gas, to be driving this fucking boondoggle around? Fucking, 3 miles to the gallon? Big O Super Duty with your fucking headlights blinding everybody? They make sure to get the super bright ones now. They come pre-installed. Micro peen editions. Big fucking headlight. Can't see shit. Honking their... Get out of my way. Why? You gotta go cheat on your wife? What the fuck is the hurry? Well, goddamn immigrants taking my job. That's why I was fired. Now I can't afford the payments on my ridiculous truck. Yeah, it's got nothing to do with the people that you vote into office that are fucking destroying the economy. No, it's the hard-working immigrant who would love to pay taxes, by the way. Who would absolutely love to contribute to this fucking system. No, we can't do that. Great replacement. My great white race is being replaced. They're fucking pathetic. And then they have the audacity to justify that hatred, that bigotry with the fucking Bible? With Jesus fucking Christ? Are you serious? The guy that would feed anybody, house anybody? Jesus Christ be letting homeless people into his house? Feeding and clothing them? Oh, Jesus Christ cared about the white race. He was a white man. No, he was probably, if he existed, which he didn't, he'd be a super brown dude from the fucking Arab deserts. No way, not my Jesus. My Jesus is lily white. My perfect Jesus, lily white and blonde. Lily white and blonde. I screwed it up twice. How about you shut the fuck up, Invictus? Don't you think you've embarrassed yourself enough with your fucking great replacement embarrassing, beliefs? Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough, man? How come, have you ever asked yourself, Invictus? Have you ever asked yourself, man, why don't you believe in legalization? Why don't you believe in legalization, Invictus? Why is it always kick them all out? Why am I angry? Because motherfuckers like you are ruining the world. You're about to reinstate fascism in Germany, dude. Yeah, you're fucking great replacement bullshit. So do you believe that immigrants should have a path to citizenship? Yeah, I'm talking to you, punk-ass bitch. Huh? How come it's always kick them out? Huh? How come it's always kick them out? Why can't we make these people into taxpayers? Wouldn't that make society better? Hardworking, young people paying taxes, making the fucking world a better place, huh? It's always kick them all out, kick them all out. Why are they inherently bad, huh? According to you. Why are these immigrants inherently bad? Why is it a bad thing? We could be making them into fucking taxpayers, dude. Cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Oh, they're leeches. They're leeches. Forget the fucking stats. Hey, I'm talking to you, motherfucker. Don't be talking to my chat. I'm talking to you, dude. So you talk to me. How come it's never legalized? How come it's always kicking the fuck out, huh? If they're leeches to the system, why not make them into taxpayers? Well, by the way, the numbers don't show that they're leeches. The numbers show that, they're contributing way fucking more than your average citizen. They commit less crime than your average citizen. So it's never legalized. Yeah, you're not answering the question. You're fucking running. Your bigoted, racist fucking beliefs. I put up a mirror to your ass, and you don't like what you see. Masturbation addict. Fucking incel Nick Fuentes fan. Probably eat at Taco Bell. It's never legalized with these people. Right? It's never legalized. I keep making Taco Bell jokes because I have a Taco Bell cup. I'm drinking chai tea out of it, though. Yeah, these people, right-wing conservative fucking bigots like you. Immigration inherently bad, huh? I do. Those Doritos tacos are sick. Crunch Wraps? Oh, those fucking Crunch Wraps, dude. Sick. But no, right-wing bigots with your great replacement theory. Immigrants are inherently bad. Bullshit. Yeah, right. Yeah, so many assumptions. Yeah. Sure. That's why you're how about you answer the fucking question? How about you answer the fucking question, huh? How come it's never legalized? Don't you want to legalize you just said you're an immigrant yourself, huh? Don't you want to legalize immigrants? Make immigrants, right? Make a common sense legal process to let immigrants in? It's always shut down the border. Get rid of the boats. Get rid of the tiny boats. Then my life will get better. In my big-ass truck. It's never legalized. It's never trying to find a path for citizenship. Oh, you're one of those from the Netherlands. From the fucking Netherlands, huh? Right-wing conservatives in the Netherlands ruining that country, using immigration as a bludgeon, trying to claim that it's ruining their country. You're mental. Shut the fuck up, bitch. Goddamn. Shut the fuck up. You got anything else to say? What, are you intimidated? Welcome to politics, motherfucker. Welcome to fucking politics. This isn't baby time frolics. This is the real deal Holyfield right here, dude. You're going to come in here and trash immigration, trash immigrants? You better come correct. Yeah, exactly, German cow. I will say this. The way that the neoliberals have handled immigration and asylum is a fucking joke. The way that the neoliberals have handled immigration and asylum is a fucking joke, right? They have taken advantage and abused, uncontrolled, in a lot of cases, I don't know about uncontrolled, but loosely controlled, right? And neoliberal politicians are often not interested in pathways to citizenship, right? Joe Biden didn't do shit about that. Joe Biden took a look at the fucking Heritage Fund Foundation's plan and said, that's the one I want. The right-wing plan. That's what Joe Biden did. Keir Starmer's no better. Keir Starmer over here thinks it's a political win for him to repeat reform talking points about the tiny boats. And did that win him any fucking favors in UK politics? No. Invictus, you're right about that one. Where's Bill Hicks when you need him, huh? So I will acknowledge that it, common sense, progressive policies around immigration and asylum are never considered by supposed left-wing neoliberal politicians. Invictus, shut the fuck up, man. Holy shit. You make yourself sound like a coward-ass bitch. Oh, uncivilized, unbehaved, how uncouth. Oh, I just want to get rid of the immigrants that are ruining my country. Why are you so mad at me? How come you're not refuting what I'm saying? You're just saying they're lies, but you're not pointing out what I'm lying about. Huh? You're not refuting. You have so far you've refused to answer the fucking question. It's never about legalization. It's always about kicking them out. How come it's inherently a positive thing to kick all these people out? How come you've never considered legalizing? How come you've never considered legalizing? He seems to understand it pretty well. Exactly, factually active. And you support that, Invictus? You support that? I'll just take your word for the 80%. You support that? You think that's a good thing for society? Because it is. Now, obviously, it would be unsustainable, right, to let a country dump. All right, okay, Invictus. All right, thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you. One thing that liberals do need to understand, though, is that, we need common sense back, right? We can't adhere to and agree with the right-wing perspective on immigration, right? Which is kick them all out. Brown people make me feel icky. Great replacement, everything, the great replacement theory. It's usually, masked great replacement theory. So we can't agree with the fascists on what to do with immigrants and asylum seekers, right? But we can't let the neoliberals, sit on their hands with this either. Oh, thank you, baby. Oh, wow. Okay. What's this, yogurt? Oh, thank you. Here, can you put this back in the fridge then? Okay, well, can you put that back in the fridge? There's a lot of yogurt. Thank you, honey. You did. I told my wife to bring me food. She just brought me a massive bowl of yogurt and granola. I think she's trying to tell me something. And frozen fruit. So, that's where we're failing here on the left. Is that we're letting the fucking neoliberals fail at doing anything about this. They're failing so hard that they're agreeing with and adhering to right-wing ideas about what to do with immigrants. And of course, it's always hateful nonsense. But because they are such opponents to progressivism, they refuse to consider any kind of alternative, right, to immigration, right? It's always kick them all out, kick them all out, kick them all out. And that's really the only direct, we have like consensus. It's one of the few things the left-wing, supposedly left-wing, the neoliberal corporate parties and the right-wing fascistic parties, they seem to agree on, right, is that we gotta kill immigration, kick out all the immigrants, and that's magically going to make our economy better. That's going to make our society better. So yet another reason, conclusion here, yet another reason to be primarying and replacing neoliberals like Keir Starmer, neoliberals like Hakeem Jeffries and Cucky Schumer, right? We got to get rid of these fucking people. Because what was Joe Biden's, big idea? What was Joe? You would see MSNBC and you would see all the neoliberals out there, oh, this is great. Joe Biden's so great, right? What was his idea? Adhere to the right-wing Heritage Fund plan, which was basically kick them all out. Like, oh well, we're heading off the Republicans. We're showing the Republicans how to do it. Oh, look at this. Donald Trump told the people on the right not to vote for the Democrat plan, which was basically the Republican plan. Then we see Keir Starmer literally repeating reform propaganda word for word, expecting that to fix his political situation. Right?
All right, guys.
So let me, to Invictus here, who, maybe I did classify Invictus incorrectly here. But the reason why I get so animated is because oftentimes the immigration issue is just a way to mask racism and bigotry. Right? Just, that's what it is. It's racism and bigotry under a different guise, right? Oh, I care about legality. That's why I vote for pedophiles and corrupt sons of bitches and fascists, right? I care so much about legal. Oh, I care so much about the legality of the situation. I don't care about people that are here legally. I only care about people that are here illegally. And then they support ICE, who are kidnapping people who are here legally, right? So that's why I get so goddamn animated about it. Oh, I totally agree, Clutch. But that's why I get so animated about it, because 9 times out of 10, it's some motherfucker who thinks he's successfully masking his bigotry and racism under the guise of caring about immigration, a policy, an idea that they didn't give a fuck about 10 years ago, right? Go to your average right winger's social media. Were they talking about illegal immigrants? They only give a shit about it because they've realized that it's a way to mask their bigotry and hatred of brown people. Right? All right, I'll be right back.
Guys, we have a bunch of major breaking news about the war here to share with you on this Saturday, and it is not pretty. Day by day, this thing spirals more and more out of control, and it looks absolutely terrifying. Of course, we're referring to it as the Jeffrey Epstein War, and Israel and the U.S. together are the axis of Epstein. Let me break this down for you. So let's start with this right here. Breaking via NBC News, Trump has privately shown serious interest in U.S. ground troops in Iran. Serious interest. So as we reported yesterday, there was this military exercise, these war games that a particular brigade was supposed to do, and that was called off. And people are now looking at that as proof that, oh my God, they're about to deploy imminently to Iran now, okay? Now, by the way, let me point out, the airstrikes alone were illegal and unconstitutional under U.S. law and the U.S. Constitution. And this, deploying ground troops, would be immensely illegal and unconstitutional. In a world that made sense, in a stable, secure, intelligent world that made sense, Trump would be instantly impeached over sending boots on the ground. Okay, this is completely and utterly unacceptable. He's rendered Congress useless, null and void, basically non-existent. Okay, this is insanity. So we have that. We also have this. Mike Preisner says the following. I just spoke with the mother of a service member in this unit. They were given one last call home before having to turn in their phones. He told his mom they were going boots on the ground tonight. So here's what he posted. In reality, some of us won't make it home to our family. America, pray for us. So again, it looks like they're mobilizing right now and lying to us about it. They're lying to us. By the way, we also have reason to believe they're lying about the number of U.S. casualties. They're lying about many different aspects of this. Basically, almost no information is coming out of Israel and Tel Aviv in terms of the damage that Iran is doing there, okay? And then Trump goes out there day after day and says, the war's going great, the war's going amazing, we give ourselves a 15 out of 10, it's the greatest thing we've ever done. Meanwhile, the bits and pieces we are learning are devastating. All right, let me show you this. Just in, USS George H.W. Bush is deploying to the Eastern Mediterranean. This will be the third carrier strike group in the region. So now they're sending another massive U.S. warship to the region. You don't do that unless you think things are going pretty fucking poorly. Again, we'll get to some more of the details in a little bit, but our radar systems are absolutely cooked. They're barbecue chicken. The Iranians took out our radar systems.
Okay, they've taken out one radar so far that I've seen reported. Let's not get too crazy. Let me just also say about Invictus there, I apologize for calling you a bitch and a motherfucker. Probably should have checked. But the reason why I fly off the handle when people come in here and start talking shit about immigrants is that 9 times out of 10, and maybe you're the 1 out of 10, 9 times out of 10, it's them masking their bigotry and hatred for brown people, right? Under the auspices of caring about legal immigration, right? Something that they don't give a flying fuck about. You know, good chunk of the conservatives own businesses and are happy to exploit illegal immigration, right? For cheap fucking labor, right? So maybe Invictus has already left, but let me just apologize for calling them a bitch and a motherfucker. It appears I got that one wrong. I'm sorry. Please forgive me. They've already left.
That's a huge fucking deal. We're flying blind, as they call it right now. Never mind, the airports that have been hit. Never mind the U.S. military bases that are now burnt to a crisp. They weren't ready for this. They weren't prepared for this. I think Trump is dumb enough to think it would have been like a Venezuela in-out operation, and here we are. Now we're boots on the ground? Illegally boots on the ground? Absolute insanity. All right, how about this one? Trump and Rubio just went...
Maybe they should send some of those troops in Iraq on over to Iran there for the American people to rise up again. The economy. The simple answer, Harry Haas, is I want boobs on the ground. Hell yeah. And sweep it up. That's a deep cut. You don't know what I'm talking about. But no, Harry, the simple answer to that question is the economic situation when it's finally actually affecting the American people. Is this Russian person a bastard that I need to ban or not? Can someone let me know if I need to ban this is this Russian guy pro invasion of Ukraine or not? Can someone tell me? But to answer your question, Harry, the simple answer is when it starts affecting them personally. Usually in the pocketbook, right?
Around Congress to give Israel 12,000 1,000-pound bombs. Ladies and gentlemen, let me say this as clearly as I can. That is not to go after...
Prince, I'm no fan of NBC, but they don't make things up out of whole cloth like Fox News, like One America News, like Newsmax, like Glenn Beck, like Tim Pool, right? Like Ben Shapiro. They don't just make shit up. So if NBC is showing a video and you're like, that's a fake video, you're full of shit. Okay, they're not gonna use AI to doctor or make up a video. Now, are they going to do confirmation bias? Are they going to lie by omission? Right? They're not going to show you the full context. They're not going to tell you the full context of the video. Yes, absolutely. That is absolutely what NBC does. But, if you're trying to say NBC is like literally making shit up out of whole cloth, that's not how they lie. They're more clever about it.
The bad guys. You don't drop 1,000-pound bombs to go after the bad guys. That's about massacring civilians and destroying civilian infrastructure. That's what that is. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. These sorts of bombs were specifically not used when the U.S. did war in Iraq because they said, we're just going to get too many civilians. We can't actually use these. Right. And then here we are now, illegally sending 12,000 of these 1,000-pound bombs to Israel because the goal is the utter destruction of Iran. That's the goal. They want to make it a failed state. So Israel can become a regional superpower and have zero pushback against it, and then eventually become a global superpower.
No, and it's really quite egregious what Israel and through the United States as well is doing. Apparently it was the United States who hit that kindergarten, and it was apparently because they thought it was part of a military base. Now, was it ridiculously stupid for Iran to basically cordon off? It used to be like a whole military base, and they took one of the buildings from the military base and put some fences around it, and they cut it off from the rest of the base, and then they turned that what used to be a military base into a kindergarten. Yeah, that's incredibly stupid. Makes me wonder if it was intentional, right? But the United States likely used AI to pick that target and massacre those children. And of course, what we're seeing with Israel and Iran, just going full Gaza, kill as many, attack hospitals, attack schools, double tap so that you're hitting, rescue people, right? People coming in to try, a bomb blows up a building, and then 20 minutes later they hit the same spot so that they get as many paramedics and firefighters and whatnot, people trying to pull people out of the rubble, right? So doing double taps, that's, that's Israel all over. And apparently, these are strategies that are sanctioned by our big, tough Department of War, Pete Hegseth. Yeah, I'm Kylo Ren, going to genocide everybody. Asmongold over here. Oh, genocide works. Genocide actually works, guys.
But here we go again. Endless money, endless weapons to Israel. Meanwhile, people in this country, they can't afford their fucking health care. They're losing their Medicaid.
No, Prince. No. It's not both sides. The United States, everyone else except for the United States is saying that was a strike by the United States. It's been confirmed. Okay? Trump denied raping children, and we have ample evidence of that. Trump denied the 2020 election. We know that wasn't stolen. Okay? So the U.S. government's denial of something is not proof enough, right, that it didn't happen. Everybody else, independent or otherwise, is saying the United States hit that school. So it's not both sides. However, both can be possible. No, it's not. The United States killed those kids.
They can't pay their health care premium.
I don't know what the Radio Galan incident is. But why are you using whataboutism? If you're running to a what about argument, you've already lost.
Inflation's going up, unemployment's going up.
Exactly, Gandalf. Exactly. He's a hardcore Russian fucking propagandist. And when he's speaking the truth, we're in big fucking trouble.
The economy is cooked. People are struggling. People are begging for help. And what's the government doing? Sending 12,000 1,000-pound bombs to Israel illegally for them to do another genocide. They already did the Gaza model in Gaza. Now they're doing the Gaza model in Iran.
Exactly.
All right, more. We also have this. So we've heard, 6, 7, 8 different, reasons as to why they did this war. Now we got a new one that they just trotted out. Listen to this.
One, huh?
This is a long-term game because what we want to do is get such massive oil reserves in Iran out of the hands of terrorists. Mm-hmm. And so what we're going to experience here in the short term is highly outweighed of the long-term benefit because ultimately...
I'm no fan of the Iranian government. I hate that theocracy, but how many wars did Iran start? Right? Did they do a bunch of fuckery through Hezbollah, right? Funneling, money and resources and weapons to Hamas, right? They did all that. Not everything that they're being accused of, but they did a lot of that. But how many wars did they actually start? Fucking zero, dude. Donut.
Ultimately, we're not going to have to worry about these issues in the Strait of Hormuz because we're going to get all of the oil out of the hands of terrorists.
They're breaking out the golden oldies here, y'all. They're saying it's to steal the oil. That's the point, is to steal the oil, just like
Hilarious.
The Iraq War was to steal the oil, just like
And by the way, where's that Venezuelan oil? I thought we were supposed to be swimming in Venezuelan oil, right? I'm running the government now. Everything's going through me. We got a new government in charge. They're lovely. They're wonderful. They're going to sell all their oil to America. Oil's going to be so cheap you wouldn't believe it. As Kyle says, Dickie McGee's axe came from that shit. Trump stole a tanker's worth of oil, put that money in his own fucking pocket, and nothing else has changed.
Bomb Syria to steal the oil.
Yeah, blasé. That is a good point, right? They're just kind of, I mean, the thing is, though, is that they're not doing it for the oil. I mean, it's even more insulting that they're falling back on it, because the reason why the United States is participating in this is because Israel wants to destabilize Iran. If they so happen to get oil out of this, that's great, right? That's a nice little cherry on top. But the real reason is to balkanize Iran so that Israel has very little resistance in their Greater Israel project. One of the only organizing forces in the Middle East against Israel's conquering of the Middle East was Iran. That's the whole reason here. If Donald Trump is able to successfully steal some oil and Israel maybe can get something out of it, hey, that's great. But the main goal is to just fuck up the country, just fuck the place up. Have a Syria-like situation where you got 13 different tribes pulling at each other, right? So that they can't organize any kind of resistance to Israel rolling into other countries, right? I don't think people will truly, and obviously the chat is with it, you folks are with it, but I don't think people in general are going to truly understand what's happening until Israel is rolling into Egypt. And we're like, whoa, what the hell? What did the Pharaoh do? What the fuck is even going on here, right? Because, like, Egypt, there's no connection to Hamas. There's no Hezbollah, right? You know, agents from Egypt aren't going into the UK and fucking with people. And, you know, there's none of that happening coming out of Egypt. And people are going to be extremely surprised when that shit goes down, when Israel is bombing and justifying offensive actions against terrorism and nuclear weapons, and they're hiding missiles under the Nile, right? People are really going to be shocked when they see that happening.
To steal the oil. So the end goal is basically loot and pillage Iran, steal their natural resources for the Epstein class, and then also turn it into a failed state, so that Israel can create a greater Israel in the region. That's what we're looking at. We also have the Epstein blackmail being held over Trump's head. You're going to do that regime change, or the video comes out of you having sex with an underage girl.
All right, everybody, leave Gandalf alone, okay? I'm sure Gandalf just made a mistake, okay? Everyone, knock it off. Everyone, we're going home. That's it. I'm turning the car around. I'm turning the fucking car around. No ball pit for you guys.
Girl. Okay, that's also going on. Plus, the religious psychopaths, the Mike Huckabee types, the Pete Hegseth types, who think this is going to usher in, the rapture and Armageddon and Jesus coming back on a winged horse. We're dealing with absolute crazy people here. Christian Taliban, Jewish Taliban. That's what we're looking at. All right, let me give you some more. Trump spoke to CNN's Dana Bash on the phone and told her that liberating the Iranian people is not a goal of the war. So again, we're done with the fake cover stories. The freedom.
Every single day, it's morphing every single day. It took the Bush administration like months and months and months to morph into different narratives about why they're doing it and justifications. And like every single day, it's a new one because this is Donald Trump's operation. And it's just his whim. And he's like, oh, I don't like that excuse. I don't like that lie. Let's do this lie. Let's do that lie. Oh, that lie doesn't work very well. Let's try this lie. Lie. Right? Because that's how a fucking a sociopath like Trump operates. Right? One lie to the next. Oh, that's not working. They're not buying that. Let's go to this lie. Oh, okay. Let's see this. Like throwing different shit against the wall here. And it's like we're like day 7 or 8, and we've already had, 4 or 5 different justifications for this fucking war?
In liberty and democracy, and that's why we're doing this. We're spreading the proper values around the world. Now we get this instead.
Delcy Rodriguez, and he said she's doing a very good job. I said, well, would you be okay with a religious leader in Iran? And he said the answer is yes. It doesn't necessarily have to be a democratic leader in Iran. It just has to be somebody who treats the U.S. and Israel fairly.
So let me decode that for you. Again, let the Epstein class...
Prince, not all the Iranian people, not even close. Not all the Iranian people. A good chunk. We don't know how many. But, before this war was happening, there was massive protests. That's why the theocratic regime was murdering people. So I just want to correct you there. But we've seen lots of video evidence of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of Iranians who are loyal to the regime. And there's going to be even more because, once the great Satan starts bombing their country, they're going to rally around the flag. That's a real thing that happens, right? People are going to become more patriotic, more willing to defend the theocratic tyranny because, Israel and the United States is bombing them. So that's a very real thing. There's not a way from coming back from that. That's not true. Unfortunately, I wish that were true, Prince. I wish it were true that, if the regime committed those massacres against their own people, that there's no coming back from that. That's not true, though. They're still in charge. Let's make that clear. They're still in charge. The mullahs are done either way. We don't know that for certain at all. Do I believe Trump and Israel want to actually help out of love? No. Okay, well, that's correct. However, if their interests align with those of my people to get rid of these bastards, we just hope it happens. They don't. They want to see your country in complete chaos. They want to see people murdered in the street. They want to see rivaling factions fighting amongst themselves. They want to see Iranians starving to death. They want to see the Iranian economy destroyed. Okay, that's Trump and Bibi. That's Israel and the United States. Don't think for a fucking second that Trump and Bibi Netanyahu are doing this for the Iranian people. They don't give a fuck about them. They don't give a fuck about Iran. Let's make that 100% clear.
Loot and pillage and steal all your natural resources. And then outside of that, we want you to be a failed state.
Kill.
And then we're good.
Exactly.
To all the people in the Iranian diaspora who were celebrating and dancing in the streets when the Grand Ayatollah was taken out, how do you feel now?
Hey, Hetero Dodos, thank you so much for coming in. I appreciate your contributions. You have yourself a good day. Thank you so much. Queso. Queso. I know I'm saying it correctly. Get off my dick. Have a good day.
How do you feel now that the fucking goal is to carpet bomb innocent people, carpet bomb your family members, and destroy Iran?
The Iranian economy already fucked. Is that supposed to be a justification for what we're seeing? First of all, that's not true. It's not like it was booming or anything, but you don't think it can get more fucked than what it is now? It can get way, way, way more fucked, okay? And the millions of people that are living in Iran are going to suffer. That's Israel's goal. That's Donald Trump's goal. If you give a shit about the Iranian people, you should be incredibly concerned about this half-assed amateur hour attempt at a regime change, okay? Because you know who's going to suffer the most? Iranian people. Right.
Completely. How could you trust these absolute fucking depraved snakes to do anything for the people? We also have this. Trump posted this. This is terrifying, okay? He says, Iran, which is being beat to hell, has apologized and surrendered 100%. To its Middle East neighbors and promised that it will not shoot at them anymore. This promise was only made because of the relentless U.S. and Israeli attack. They were looking to take over and rule.
Yeah, Prince, I agree on a certain level with what you're saying. I hated I hate all theocracies, including, all of them. I won't mention the other one that'll get me in trouble.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Okay? I'm no fan of theocracies wherever they are. I fucking hate the monarchy in the UK. I think it's a fucking joke. Okay? It has to go. Yeah. Who needs to do that? The people. The Iranian people. That's the only way it would ever be considered legitimate. That's the only way it could have happened, is if the Iranian people rose up. And they were trying, and they were punished heavily for it. There was a fucking massacre. There was a fucking massacre because of it. Okay? The likelihood, I'm just going to pull a number out of my ass here, but the likelihood that a democratic regime change happens because of Donald Trump and Israel's actions is like 5%. Okay? It's incredibly low. I just made that number up, right? But it's just incredibly low that Donald Trump and Bibi Netanyahu's actions are going to result. And let me tell you, if Israel sees, just like with Syria, if Israel sees a legitimate democratic government starting to take hold and take power in Iran, they're going to try to destabilize that. They're not going to want to let that shit happen. They want to see chaos. So the democratic elements in Iran, not only are they fighting with the United States, not only are they fighting with Israel, they are fighting with the internal military, the IRGC, and also, Hezbollah. And then if they somehow surmount all of those obstacles to start a democratic process in Iran, Israel is going to be doing everything in their power to undermine it internally using subterfuge and just straight up dropping bombs and killing folks, right? Like if there's some Nelson Mandela character that appears in Iran, that motherfucker's going to get assassinated by Israel. So I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm saying, the idea that, well, maybe this will come up. Maybe it's incredibly fucking low. It's incredibly fucking low. And we need to be realistic about that. Okay? We don't need to be giving these fascists, Bibi Netanyahu and Donald Trump, any kind of credit for trying to liberate the Iranian people. It's fucking garbage. Okay, we have to be realistic about what's happening here.
The the Middle East. By the way, that is total projection because that's what Israel is doing. More. It is the first time that Iran has ever lost in thousands of years to surrounding Middle Eastern countries. They have said, thank you, President Trump. Trump is saying that he thanked them for bombing them and starting war and taking out their leader. Oh my God, this is the most preposterous, absurd lie I've ever heard. I have said, you're welcome. Iran is no longer the bully of the Middle East. They are instead the loser of the Middle East and will be for many decades until they surrender or more likely completely collapse. Oh, so again, he's saying we want a failed state. Today, Iran will be hit very hard under serious consideration for complete destruction and certain death. Because of Iran's bad behavior, are areas and groups of people that were not considered for targeting up until this moment. Do you understand what he's saying? You guys are now targeted for complete destruction and certain death. That alone is like, it sounds like a comic book villain talking. It sounds like, the reincarnation of Adolf Hitler talking, because that's what Trump and Netanyahu are, by the way. But then he says, there's now areas and groups of people that were not considered for targeting up until this moment that they're going to target.
Yeah.
To me, that sounds like a nuclear threat. He just did a nuclear threat the other day on Lie Social. Now it sounds like he's doing another nuclear threat right here. And on that exact point, let me show you.
Dude wants to drop a nuke. First term, he wanted to drop a nuke on a hurricane. Homie wants to drop a fucking nuke.
This. Israel has called on residents to evacuate the area near Iran's Fordo nuclear facility. That's the nuclear facility that's under the ground that they hit last time. Okay. The New York Times reports. The warning applies to civilians living near the city of Qom, located about 16 kilometers from Fordo. So as this person points out, wait, are they about to nuke Fordo? Why would people 16 kilometers away need to evacuate if the strikes are so precise? Israel does not have a conventional weapon that can dig that deep. Only
and by the way, the idea, because these fucking freaks, they think it's like World War II, and they drop a couple nukes, and Emperor Hirohito gives up everything. Like, you're gonna have to drop like a half a dozen nukes to even make any kind of military sense. The idea that you drop one nuke and then that will change, this is like I've talked about this with Russia and Ukraine. Right, that you drop a single nuke on Kyiv, or you drop a nuke, in the Donbass, and that's going to somehow change the military reality of the situation. And no, you got to drop a whole bunch of them all over the country to make this make any kind of military sense. You're not going to drop one nuke and then, the IRGC gives up. Oh, we're done now. No, you drop one nuke, and then all of a sudden the IRGC has 1 million more volunteers willing to take up arms. Because they think it's like a magical fix everything button, right? Russia, I assume Donald Trump, maybe Bibi. Bibi's he's too politically savvy to understand that it would be effective. He would just see like it would create more chaos, right? It would help balkanize. He doesn't think that it's going to fix the problem. He doesn't think the IRGC is going to give up, right?
U.S. can deliver something like the GBU-57, which clearly failed last time.
Am I getting that right?
If it is the U.S., why would the U.S. not be the one issuing the warning?
Yeah, okay.
How would people in Iran even get that message with the internet down? Why is the New York Times the messenger? Ladies and gentlemen, these are unprecedented times, and these are terrifying times. We're now looking at a situation.
Yeah, UN TV, that's a great point. They were still considering fighting every man, woman, and child after the first nuke, right? We think things happen so fast and history is still not very clear. It's very likely they planned on dropping two, but over the course of history, over the course of time, we've gotten reports from inside the Japanese military that they were like, no, they were still down for, sacrificing every man, woman, and child after the first nuke.
Where there's been at least 3 different signals that they may...
Gandalf, no, the IRGC, nobody, no, the regime hasn't changed. Okay, they've killed a bunch of leaders from the government, commanders and politicians, and obviously the Grand Ayatollah. But no, the Iranian government is still, quite frankly, firmly in place.
Indeed, nuke Iran. I absolutely do not put that by the axis of Epstein. The axis of
homonym. It's not fair to compare Kyle to Hassan. I will say that Kyle kind of gives Hassan a lot of breaks. He's kind of a Hassan fanboy, But I don't think it's fair to say that Kyle Kulinski sucks China off the way that Hassan does.
China?
Hassan made a fucking fool of himself to China. I've never seen Kyle Kulinski do that, and I'm a kind of a fan myself of Kyle. I watch pretty much every episode. I've never seen him prostrate, himself in the way that Hassan did to China. I've never seen Kyle Kulinski do that. So that's really not fair to make that comparison. But like I said, I will say he's kind of a fan of Hassan. He kind of gives him a break.
Epstein is completely and utterly depraved. We also had this from Trump. Trump had a meeting with defense contractors at the White House. And in this post, he basically says, they're going to quadruple their output and build more weapons and build more missiles. They're working on it right now. And he also goes, but we're not short on them. We can go forever, and it's totally fine, and we don't need them at all. But
just to give you an example, I've heard Kyle talk about how China is trying to destroy the dollar, and he doesn't say that in like a positive context, right? He doesn't talk about how China is trying to, replace the dollar as the global reserve currency, the way that Hassan does, right? Hassan like gets out the fucking pom-poms, right? At least from the clips that I've seen. I mean, him in the Little Red Book when he went to China and he did that whole propaganda tour and he's fucking, he's gushing and big smile for the fucking the first edition Little Red Book that he got. I mean, I've never seen Kyle go anywhere close to that.
They're quadrupling the output. That's what you do. You rush a meeting and talk about quadrupling output when you're not running out. Okay.
Exactly. Kill, however you say your fucking name there. It's, and they've killed more than 40. I think they've killed like over 100 people, high up in the Iranian government. But they've, for the longest time, Iran has built into their government system the likelihood that something like this would happen, because like this threat from Israel has been brewing for decades, as I've showed you with those, everyone has known about this for fucking decades. Bibi Netanyahu himself is like, this is the culmination of my life's work. I've been trying to get this to happen for fucking ever, right? So they built into their government the ability to sustain itself, even if there were decapitation strikes like the one that we saw.
I'm sure of that. But then as this person points out, there's a line in here from Trump. Quote, expansion began 3 months before the meeting. Oh, did it? Oh, did it? Do you realize that you're now admitting that you were planning this during the so-called negotiations you were doing? The negotiations were a lie. They were a ruse. Israel and the U.S. never considered peace. They were always going to do the war. You have Netanyahu admitting in Hebrew, I yearned to do this for 40 years. That's a direct quote. I yearned to do this for 40 years. Yeah. So in other words, there were no terms that the U.S. and Israel would accept. We are the baddies. We are the aggressors. We are going on the offense here. In fact, Iran agreed to the strictest terms when it came to Iranian.
And like I said, I think Israel sees this as kind of a last opportunity to go crazy on this, right? Because Trump's going to kick the bucket soon. They got the good shit on Trump. They got the good, compromise on Trump. They don't have that shit on J.D. Vance. They don't have the kind of videos that they have, on Trump. Maybe they got some good ones on Lindsey Graham. You know what I mean? But it's like, this is, now is the best time to do this. Trump's an idiot. He's easily bribed, incredibly corrupt. He can be flattered, and they likely have tapes of him raping children, right? So it's the whole trifecta. If you're going to do it, now is the time to do it, right?
Human enrichment a couple hours before they were attacked.
Yeah, Homonym, I totally agree about Hassan. I am incredibly disappointed personally with Hassan and his takes on China. I just disappointed is the right word, big time, because it's like, dude, you should be leading marches. He has enough balls to get in the streets, right, to join protest movements, and here he is selling out to China. He's all worried about his ego. He's worried about views, right? When he could be a loud, effective leader of the progressive left. He could be really, pushing that hard. And he's an ego. He's an egoist, right? He's a bootlicker for China. I can't express enough how disappointed I am in Hassan, because he's right up there, like it or not, in terms of popularity, in terms of eyeballs. He's got a lot of attention on him, and he could be incredibly effective for the progressive movement in the United States. And he undermines himself, and he makes a jackass of himself way too often, way too fucking often.
So that, again, we should be talking about impeachment. We should be talking about removal. We should be talking about indicting, arresting, and convicting. It is so crazy how far we've let this go, man. They're broadcasting to the world that we never wanted peace. We never cared about peace. We were planning for this war when we were telling all you idiots that we were in the middle of negotiating. Just
Harry, I'm reading all your comments. You guys are spot on. Loving the content comments here. It's okay, Seneca. As long as the Russian person is not advocating for the invasion of Ukraine, I'm cool. I'm cool.
Absolutely, positively grotesque. Now, let's talk a little bit about the incompetence, because the incompetence is immense. So the Financial Times says the following: depleted oil reserve leaves U.S. exposed as Iran war pushes up prices. So Philip Pilkington says the following: the Trump administration forgot to refill its strategic petroleum reserve before launching total war in the Middle East.
And the reason why they weren't ready for it is because quick in and out. They thought it was going to be Venezuela. They didn't think about any of this stuff because they were selling it to Trump as a quick in and out. And Trump himself thought it was going to be just a quick thing, bomb some shit, declare victory, the Iranian people take over their government, and Bob's your uncle, another piece I can add it to my list. It's number 9, it's number 10. I've created peace everywhere. So that's why they didn't have any planning whatsoever for any kind of, what if this turns into a long-term quagmire, which, if they had a fucking brain, they'd be like, well, there's a good chance that this will turn into a fucking quagmire. No, well, come on, baby, it'll be great, it'll be fine.
A slight oversight. Oh my God, bro. That's the craziest thing. You're launching a war against Iran, who can shut down the Strait of Hormuz and destroy the global oil market and lead to massive price shocks, okay? You didn't even realize I need to refill our strategic petroleum reserve? No. You didn't even realize that?
No.
Oh my God, they're so stupid.
At the seat of their pants.
I've told you guys 1,000 times.
Fucking
Trump is either the dumbest man on the earth or he's a literal Manchurian candidate. Because with stuff like this, you got to be like an op, right? You got to be like a foreign agent purposely sent here to destroy this country.
No. Occam's razor. He's just a vain pedophile. No, it's not. He's not clever. There's no one's pulling his strings. He's just a fucking full of himself a pedophile rapist. It's really just that simple.
Because nobody can be this stupid. You know how the saying goes like, oh, they're playing chess, we're playing checkers? Bitch, we're not even playing checkers.
No.
We're not
even playing chutes and ladders, man. We're not even close, dude. We're playing 52 pickup, it's not even like a real game.
Sit in the corner, roll our poop up into little balls and eat it. Other people are playing checkers and chess. Yeah. We're over here in the corner eating our feces.
Yeah, no, it's
That's how fucking incompetent and stupid this government is. But who could be surprised? Trump's like the dumbest man to ever be in the White House by far. It's not even close. And who's going to make all the intelligent decisions? Secretary of War Crimes, Pete Kegsbreath, the guy who was out there screaming, "Kill all Muslims," a drunk rapist, right? Like, what are we talking about here? All right.
The I've Had It podcast, those ladies are top notch. Those ladies are badass. Unfortunately, they're a bit of a simp for Hassan, but they're kind of playing the game, right? She the head host, trying to get her name out there. So she's doing like interviews with Hassan and stuff, right? Not being very critical of Hassan. I will say, she kind of called him out on the dog though when she was there. She was like, this collar's kind of tight. Right. So she kind of inadvertently called him out on that. But honestly, the shit talking that those ladies get on with Donald Trump is legendary. I love the I've Had It podcast. Those ladies are nice. I like them.
Also give you this. Al Jazeera English says, breaking, Iran's Interim Leadership Council has approved that neighboring countries will no longer be attacked unless an attack on Iran originates from them. President Masoud Pezeshkian has said. So this is very strategic. This is an attempt at divide and conquer. This is what this is. This is brilliant strategically. Destroy all U.S. assets in neighboring countries. Punish those countries for their cooperation with war criminals. Watch those countries.
Well, the punish those countries for their cooperation with war criminals hasn't worked out so great. They turn potential allies into enemies. And, at least the president of Iran has come out and apologized about that. So
realize the U.S. is not a good ally as it does nothing to help them, make them feel the pain of their bad decisions so they're reluctant to repeat them, and then offer them peace, stability, and an end to their suffering, provided they do not permit U.S. presence again.
This is fantasy. You know, I think Kyle's getting this one wrong here, because that's not what's going to happen here. Geopolitics is going to kick in. Realpolitik, however you say it, is going to kick in. And it's like, okay, who's going to give us more, right? You know, is the UAE pissed off? Is you know, are the princes in Qatar, are they pissed off at Iran? And you know, are they considering, you know, divesting a little bit from the United States? Maybe, but at the end of the day, these are money hungry motherfuckers, and who's going to be able to give them more money, get them, you know, it's at the end of the day, money is gonna change their minds. Even though the United States didn't have their back and all the resources and attention went to Israel, kind of left them vulnerable, right? At the end of the day, the United States is going to be able to provide these Gulf states that have cooperated with the West more. So, you know, they might be pissed off now, they might be threatening things now, but it's not gonna work out like this for Iran. I don't think so.
I think that's exactly what's happening here. Let's try to break up the Gulf Arab countries from the U.S. And they're already pissed. The Gulf Arab.
It's an interesting strategy. Like I said, I started off the stream with a correction. You know, we had that raid last stream, and then I had a big disagreement with the guy who raided me, right? And he left in a huff, I believe. But I had that correction where it's like it wasn't just vengeance. It was definitely a planned geopolitical strategy to intentionally invade the airspace of these Gulf countries and attack, you know, locations like the airport, attack the American bases, of course, right? So it was definitely an intentional strategy there. It wasn't just vengeance, but I don't think it's going to work out because even in the current state, like I said, who's going to be able to provide more money, provide more support, right? Sweeten those deals. It's going to be America, right? Yeah, no, I thought he was a great guy, but he clearly disagreed. You know, he clearly wanted to make the argument that, you know, Hezbollah and Hamas were, you know, even if you want to consider them legitimate resistance to Western hegemony, he didn't want to hear the argument that some of these strategies haven't worked out so well in Iran's favor, right? Whether it's justified or not, and it totally is justified to push back against the West. You know, the idea that it's been a roaring success for Iran to side with Russia to try and make a bunch of, you know, to create these alliances that's completely fallen apart, by the way. Are any of these Gulf countries that supposedly were, you know, buddy with Iran, have they come to the rescue? No, not even fucking close. Right. So that was my argument, was that yes, of course, resistance is justified, but you know, we have to look critically at the strategies and techniques that Iran was using, and they've fucking failed. They've failed, right? This Gulf state alliance has failed. Hezbollah, you know, is not scaring anybody. Hamas is a gift wrapped present to Bibi Netanyahu and his propaganda machine to genocide the Palestinians. You know, so it's like these things haven't fucking worked.
Countries are already pissed. On day one of the war, they said, why is the U.S. only protecting Israel? I don't understand. Like, they're leaving us. We're sitting ducks here, and we're getting lit the fuck up. They're not protecting us.
Yeah, homonym. I agree. But back to Chico there. I think he's a great guy. And once again, thank you for the raid. I don't think he's going to be doing that again, though.
Yes, because you got in bed with a snake. You got in bed with fucking Donald J. Trump.
Everybody's best
You think
friend.
he's good to his word? Like, he's the biggest scumbag on the planet. You can't be surprised. So I think that's exactly what's going on here from the president of Iran. However, having said that, there's an internal power struggle going on right now. And when this guy said this, other factions of the Iranian government came out and said, we're not abiding by that. We're still going to fucking attack. So this is what happens if the U.S. should have never started this war, because when the power got decentralized in Iran, now there's nobody to even make a deal with. They're just going to keep fighting. You fucked up. You fucked up hard.
Well, unless the goal is total chaos, then you've kind of succeeded, right?
Okay? This is crazy. We have a video here. Iran strikes Dubai International Airport, one of the busiest airports in the world. Watch this.
So like I said, so it's not just vengeance. There's definitely a clear geopolitical strategy here. I'm not so certain, like Kyle is, that this is going to work out in Iran's favor.
Damn.
Right. I think it's debatable whether Hezbollah is a legitimate resistance group. I think it's, I think, you know, that's debatable. We could debate that till the sun comes home. What I think is not debatable is that they're a terrorist group, that they utilize terrorism to try to achieve their aims. And, you know, whether you want to debate that as legitimate resistance or not, right? You know, I showed the Picard data scene that was banned in Ireland, right? Because of the IRA, right? Right. So that's all debatable, but I don't think what isn't debatable in my eyes is that they're terrorists, that they utilize terrorist strategies to try and get what they want. And I don't think it's worked out. I don't think it's worked. No one's scared. Hezbollah is a shadow of what it once was. No one's coming to Iran's rescue. You know, no one gives a fuck about the theocracy. No one gives a fuck about the Ayatollah. No one fucking cares. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like, it hasn't fucking worked. It might have worked better to swallow your pride a little bit and try to sell the UK super cheap oil instead of Russia. You know what I mean? Like, it might have worked out better to you know, try to get some of these European countries on your side to apply political pressure to the United States and against Israel, because it's like, hey, don't fuck up Iran. They're selling me oil pennies on the dollar. You know, we depend on that. You know what I mean? Like, look how well that strategy has worked for Russia, where you got all these European countries, you know, funneling money into Ukraine, supporting Ukraine, but some of these guys are still buying fucking Russian oil. Because they're like, that shit's too cheap, shit's too sweet, baby. I can't say no to that. You know? So it's just like it just hasn't, like, the theocracy in Iran has had this strategy for decades, and it just hasn't fucking worked. Okay? And if you want to be a lefty and like try to defend, you know, resisting Western hegemony, I'm down for that. But we got to talk about what works and what doesn't work. We got to be honest about that.
To the aircraft.
And I feel like this is another strategy that just isn't going to work out. You know, the final countries in the area, that maybe might have your back some way or somehow, like even just rhetorically, let's bomb them. Not even military targets, just fucking civilian locations, right? Because they want to hurt the tourism industry over there, so that they attack the airport, the civilian airport. I don't know, man. Seems like another fucking lunker. Seems like another fucking bad idea. I understand geopolitically why you would want to do that, create chaos, you know, get all the countries involved in this, right? I get where they're going here, but I'm just not so sure that this is another big win for the fucking theocracy over there.
Okay, that's a big deal. So as you all know, the oil market is fucked. You have a lot of these countries are just shutting down their liquid natural gas production, their oil production, etc. Right? And then now tourism is cooked. And this place, like, they're supposed to be stable and secure and like a playground for the top 1%, and now nobody's going to want to go to these places. All right. But we also have this. So Mint Press News is reporting, breaking, Hezbollah downs an Israeli helicopter in Lebanon. Ooh. Hezbollah has downed an Israeli helicopter. Let's watch.
Right. So one helicopter. Okay. They have like thousands, you know, I mean, what, hundreds, thousands? How many they got, right? Like, you know, can they keep it up? Can they do it consistently? Right? You know what I mean? Like, okay, it's, you know, sure, it'll make headlines, but does that indicate that Hezbollah is some kind of force against Israel? I don't know, man. I don't think so. Every video, man. God is great.
There it is coming down there.
I mean, imagine if you're Muhammad over here. Imagine if you're like God and you're like, okay, just stop. You know, every beheading, every murder, every bombing, every explosion. Allah Akbar, Allah Akbar. It's like, yeah, keep my name out of your mouth, bro. Allah Akbar. God is great. God is great.
Now, by the way, let me point out, it's hard to get good information because
God loves watching people blow up. Apparently, that's his favorite thing. He loves people getting fucking blown to pieces, man. He's all about that shit.
Israel is completely censoring what's going on. They're not showing any of the damage in Tel Aviv, even though we're getting reports that Tel Aviv is getting absolutely hammered.
Right.
Now we have
So I mean, we did have, you know, please give yourself credit there in the chat. You know, if that footage is real of that barrage unmolested, untouched by the Iron Dome hitting Tel Aviv, that is a big deal. Welcome back, Gaius.
IDF helicopter potentially going down here. All right, let me give you more. Iranian Boeing 747 bombed at Mehrabad Airport. That's, I believe, the biggest airport in Tehran. And Israel and America are now bombing passenger planes. Here's a picture of exactly that, a passenger plane on fire. As I pointed out to you guys, this thing has completely and utterly spiraled out of control time and time again. Now let's get to this. We have retired U.S. Colonel Lawrence Wilkerson says Americans are being lied to about the war and claims Israel is being heavily hit.
I'm sorry to hear that, Gaius. Glasses can make you look more handsome, though. Yeah, just to read. It sucks. I'm getting older, too. I swear to God, as soon as I hit 40 years old, my eyesight started going out. Like the fucking warranty went out, dude.
By Iranian missiles. Watch.
I saw video this morning, real video. Not CNN, though they have been better, but real video out of Israel. They are getting absolutely pummeled.
That was to be my next question. How badly is Israel getting pummeled? And where is Netanyahu?
I think he's on.
Aren't both of these guys totally discredited? Last time I checked, fucking Wilkerson, isn't that his name? And fucking Napolitano? Aren't both these guys complete fucking jokes? Anyway.
Plane 90% of the time. He's flying around the Mediterranean. I understood he was on a private jet coming in tomorrow to talk to Trump. I don't know if that's true or not, but my source is pretty good. He's staying out of the fray as best he can because he knows that he is #1 target.
How badly are the Iranians damaging Tel Aviv?
Very badly, very badly. And it is relentless. It's not a fuselage.
Yeah, Blase, he definitely does this sometimes. I will fully admit that. I've definitely seen hopium, whatever you want to call it. I've definitely seen that from Kyle. With that said, I still like him a lot, but I do agree. Sometimes it's the fucking Twitter. It's the fucking Twitter. It's like everything's on Twitter, man. He's my Twitter source.
It's relentless.
Uh-oh, we got raiders. Uh-oh. Oh, God. Am I going to get in a fight with the person who raided me this time as well? Welcome, everybody. Welcome. Homonym, I don't agree with that. Kyle's analysis is oftentimes accurate, but whoops, wrong button. Napolitano, yes, but Wilkerson, no. Wilkerson has clear eyes about Iraq war and alliance. Well, wasn't he defending Russia? Was that his thing? I feel like I've taken dumps on Wilkerson before. She called you an idiot. An idiot? You look like Supernatural. That's a good thing. Aren't the main actors on Supernatural handsome? Erudite, I assume you're the one who rated me. Thank you very much for rating me. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to the News Underground. I apologize that you've been forced to come here against your will. You will likely not enjoy your time here. Most people do not. Most people are here against their will. So I apologize profusely that you have been forced against your will to come here. This is the best chat on Twitch, though, bar none. So you're in good company. I'll tell you that. But no, thank you, Erudite, there for the raid. I really do appreciate that. Thank you very much.
And increasingly, and in the latter stages,
do you, Russian liberal there? Do you support the invasion of Ukraine?
of this 15-minute video, you could see that fewer and fewer air defense missiles were going up. And at the end of it, in the last 60 seconds, which is a long time, Judge, if you're under fire, there were no Israeli missiles going up.
Dami mommies are 100% welcome in my, let me just make this clear. Big-titted goth chicks are totally welcome in my stream.
The Iranian missiles were just getting in.
Wow. No.
And it's all being lied about, of course. You can't get this out. You can't even get it out of Al Jazeera or Al Arabiya.
Okay.
They're not allowed to film this sort of thing because he's got a wrapped down tight ban on anybody coming in there and making film other than his own propaganda.
Okay, well, I have no problem with the Russians as long as you are not cheerleading the illegal and offensive invasion in Ukraine. So thank you for coming. I do appreciate the raid. Thank you so much for everybody.
Iron Dome is failing. It's failing all the time now. You also have U.S. radar was taken out by Iran. So where?
One. What, are we pretending we got just one over there? Okay. One radar has been taken out so far, according to sources that I've seen.
Also flying blind. You used to get 30 minutes of warning before a missile hit. Now you get like a minute or two before it hits. All right. Middle East Eye says the following. There's a list of 28 different civilian sites in Iran hit by U.S.-Israeli strikes. And you guys can go through this and read all these here. But you have a whole bunch of schools that are being hit. A whole bunch of schools. Elementary schools. You know, a kindergarten, a middle school. You have a list of hospitals, Gandhi Hospital, Red Crescent Hospital, Abu Zar Hospital.
Well, okay, the U.S. is obviously dominating. I'm not 100% certain. I'm you know, everything that I'm not sure yet. But, you know, this, you know, saying that, like, you know, Iran's kicking ass because some missiles got through the Iron Dome and one U.S. radar has been taken out and one Israeli helicopter has been taken down out of like 1,000, you know, it's like, okay, everyone calm the fuck down here. Because it's clear all sides are propagandizing, all sides are lying about what's actually happening there. And, you know, we're not going to get the real skinny for a couple days, you know, etc. Right?
Emergency centers. You have a neonatal care center was
delusional.
hit. Heart hospital was hit. And it goes on.
We are unfortunately incredibly cynical most of the time. Sorry. I am abandoned nihilism, right? I believe in hope, but I don't believe in delusion. And there's a big difference there.
Residential areas that are also hit, and it goes down listing how many people died at each one of these places.
Abandoning nihilism does not mean abandoning cynicism, right? Because basically cynicism is critically thinking in my eyes, okay? And we do critical think. We're critical thunkers here on this stream.
You have countless residential complexes, residential homes, residential areas being hit. Just horrific. Then you have historical and cultural sites that are also being hit. So this is, look, understand what they're doing here is exactly what ISIS does, and it's exactly what the Nazis did. They're going after all of civil society. They're going after history. They're trying to like wipe the slate clean and rewrite history in their image. The Israelis are trying to do. And what they want is that greater Israel. And they will do anything and everything to take every other regional player off the board. And Iran was the biggest of those regional players. And that's why they went after them so aggressively. All right, drop site. New explosion shake Tehran on Saturday morning. Explosion shook western Tehran early Saturday, sending plumes of smoke over the capital as Israel launched a broad wave of strikes and Iran fired new retaliatory missiles towards Israel. With U.S. officials warning the largest bombing campaign of the war is still to come, the Associated Press reported. Let's take a look at this video here. Oh my goodness.
The greater Israel theory is a real thing. Israel absolutely wants to conquer the entire Middle East, no doubt about it.
Wow.
Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ, man. Just insane to watch this stuff.
Right.
Former CIA analyst Larry Johnson says the American public is being lied to about the war's progress. Iran has destroyed 5 advanced U.S. radars.
Okay.
2 worth...
Okay. 5 is definitely much more impressive than 1. So if that's true, that's a big deal.
$1 billion each. And 3 THAAD batteries, about 30% of America's global supply.
Wow, no shit. A battery, I believe, is a missile delivery system. It's not the battery in your cell phone.
Roughly $4 billion in radar systems lost in a week. In a week, the naval facility in Bahrain is essentially destroyed. U.S. air defense...
Yeah, but this is a tweet on the Kim Iverson show, and she is a bona fide Russian propagandist liar. Like, she makes a complete fool of herself every time she gets in front of the fucking camera, Kim Iverson. So can we get a fucking grain of salt over here, Kyle? We're talking about a Kim Iverson tweet? Are we serious? All right, look, we're going to give Kyle Kulinski a break here. We don't know what the fuck's going on right now. But there's one other video I wanted to show before I go. And you guys might enjoy it. Some of the new viewers might enjoy this, but we're gonna take a shit on name gone, name disappeared. Andrew Tate. We're gonna take a big fat dump on Andrew Tate now. So let's go ahead and do that.
You think I'd miss out on a chance to be stuck in the Middle East during a war? That sounds like a epic story.
Me, I'm there. Come get me. No war or no food. Dead policeman. I took his fucking gun. I'm held up for the final fucking stand. I've lived long enough anyway.
He says in his luxury supercar, this pampered man-child having a fantasy. He's in Dubai, I think. He's in Dubai or something. He's got some fantasy about picking up a gun from a dead cop and shooting Iranians from his little rented Lamborghini.
I'm taking the first fucking plane back.
Bitch, you're taking the first fucking punch to the dome. You got your ass absolutely handed to you in your little prize fight there. God, that was glorious. We got him and one of the Paul brothers getting their ass completely served up. Motherfucker got his nose broken. Oh, I mean, what a day, huh? That happened within like 48 hours. I mean, that was, you know what I mean? We don't get days like that too often. I mean, that was something. This guy on his fucking knees, gassed out. Woo! Oh, that was a day, baby. Couple more like that, please.
Oh, let me run. Oh my God, I'm so scared. I found a way out. You're a fucking coward, and you're gonna get what you deserve.
Right.
Kill me. Kill me. Don't give a shit.
All right.
Right. What a brave rapist Andrew Tate is.
All right, so like usual, Andrew Tate is just losing his shit because people are leaving Dubai and it's getting bad publicity after it was hit by some missiles and drones from Iran.
By the way, folks, let's make sure we're giving the like and subscribe to your boy, Too Lazy to Try. I mean, talk about a comer. This guy's coming up. Whoops, wrong button.
I'm gonna come.
This guy is coming up big time, doing a great job covering right-wing stupidity. Really am a big fan. Make sure we're liking and subscribing. Too Lazy to Try. I can't recommend this guy enough. You will be happy putting this person in your algorithm. Trust me. Anyway, it's back to it.
Iran. So now Tate and a bunch of influencers are trying to help them do PR and convince everyone it's safe there,
exactly.
Which is mostly just making things worse and turning people away even more. Like everyone's joking about how these influencers are doing more to hurt Dubai's reputation than any missile attack ever could. Like Ian Miles Chong, to prove how amazing Dubai's nightlife is, he posted a video of him and his friend at a nightclub, and he said the place is alive, you can't beat this city. But in the video, the guy he's with looks like he's barely alive. I mean, him and Ian look miserable. It's just a sad scene, which people are saying Ian's getting paid to post videos like this. But if I were in charge over there, I'd pay him not to post this. Like the missile attacks are better publicity than this. You know, I think I'd rather be dodging drones and missiles than dodging Ian Miles Chong. Like people in Dubai should be more concerned about an Ian Miles Chong.
Israel is 100% attempting to expand its territory. They will be completing their ethnic cleansing of the Gaza Strip soon, and they are already aggressively going into the West Bank, and they're not going to stop once they've completed Palestine. What direction they're going to go in, Jordan, Syria, Egypt, you know, nobody knows, but they are 100% dedicated to the complete erasure of Palestine. There's no doubt about that. I'm just responding to what Lucas said. I'm not sure what you're trying to say there, but there's no doubt about what Israel's plan for Palestine is. No doubt about it.
Jump scare over a missile attack.
This fucking incel fascist over here living it up, huh? Okay. Yeah, you know, happily doing propaganda, right? It's like this guy should get paid to you know, like I would pay this guy to not talk about me. You know what I mean?
So I'm sure that video will bring everyone back to Dubai, or maybe Andrew Tate yelling at them will. It's so funny. They just have the worst people promoting Dubai. Tate has been posting about it nonstop since the war broke out, and he's been going nuts over it. Of course, he's trying to act like a badass. At first, he was acting like he was in Dubai during the strike, but he wasn't, which he seemed kind of disappointed about. So to prove he's still an alpha male who's fearless, he's going to travel to Dubai, and he's going off on everyone for leaving, for being cowards.
This is great.
Which is rich coming from him, who just did a whole apology tour over being at a nightclub when an inappropriate song played. You know,
right. When him and Sneeko and Nick Fuentes and a bunch of other bitches went to a nightclub playing the Heil Hitler song by fucking Kanye West. He had to apologize basically because the entire Miami nightclub scene fucking banned him.
He was going around apologizing and snitching on his friends, but now he's trying to convince everyone he's still the top G because he's gonna go to Dubai.
G. Oh, the bombs are coming. The bombs. Let me just give half of my money away because I'm worried about a couple little bombs. What pussy are you? You want to get rich or not? You're scared of some little bomb for it. Just catch it. Bro, wait till I'm back. I wish I was there right now live streaming. I'm so mad they've closed the airspace. I can't get in.
Such a badass. Can you imagine unironically watching this child? You know, and then treating the people in your life like you're an Andrew Tate, right? Walking around, treating the women and your friends and stuff, emulating this guy's behavior. Could you imagine?
I just catch it like a baseball. Just throw it away. F off. You're bombing me.
All right, Lucas, thank you so much for your time. Please enjoy the sewer. You're going to get flushed. Bye-bye.
I ran. Get the f out of here. Top G, you're bombing me. Someone said to me, Andrew, what happens if you get there and everything gets a whole bunch worse? And my answer is this: good. Good. Because when it all goes down, I'm not going to be sitting here outside fucking tweeting, I'm so glad I ran away. I'm so glad I peed my pants and I wasn't there. No, my life story is I was there. I was held up in the fucking hotel spraying my AK at the fucking Iranian army before I got hit by a fucking drone. That's where I was. I was in the fucking war because that's where I lived. I didn't fucking run. I was there. So
I would just absolutely love to see him on the front lines. Love. I would wait till you see how he reacts to being on a bus with other poor people.
I hope it gets worse. I hope we get fucking stranded there. Give me a fucking gun.
So Tate and his crew decided to travel to Dubai, but I think the airports are closed, so they had to go to Saudi Arabia first, then do a road trip to the UAE. And when they're in the airport, again, Tristan and Andrew started going off about how everyone's being a baby about the strikes and they need to toughen up. And while they're saying this and trying to act like tough guys, they're being carted around the airport like two old ladies with bad knees. You know, these guys can't even walk through an airport, and they're talking about how people need to toughen up.
Holy shit. Holy shit. I have never been given this treatment. You have to ask for this. You have to ask for this. Oh, can you cart me around? Can you take me from here to there? Holy shit. These pampered pussies.
Look at the baby. Oh, this missile. Look at baby. What do you think a missile could do? Kill you? I'm going to my house. Go to my fucking house, and no one's gonna stop me. What's the problem? What's some big fucking problem? Fucking pissy pants. Pampers was making a fortune.
I mean, this display is I mean, it's so embarrassing. Imagine, unironically, watching this.
First world problems. New missiles. Jesus Christ.
Then once they got to Saudi Arabia, they had to take a bus through the desert, which they sounded more worried about the bus ride than anything else.
The bag's in here. Actually, no.
Are you the driver? Yes. Don't crash.
Don't crash. Yeah. Ha 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 ha. Is he a DEI candidate, Andrew?
We're good. We're good. It's in the bag. Desert Mountain bus. To the bag. Yeah, bus to the Desert Mountains. No one's ever died in a bus before. What could possibly go wrong?
And Tate, of course, didn't handle the bus trip very well. He started having a meltdown because he's not used to slumming it with the peasants. He didn't realize how difficult it would be. It's so funny he's acting like they would have this epic adventure where he's dodging missiles and fighting his way through the desert. But in reality, the biggest thing they had to overcome was they got stuck at a bus stop, and Tate threw a temper tantrum over it because they're crossing the border and it's taken a while, and Tate got anxious because he started to feel like he was a peasant. So he just...
I mean, imagine you're some of these other people, and you're looking at this pampered man-child do every 5 minutes do a social media update, right? Like some, teenager in LA, doing some kind of Instagram, thing, like an influencer thing. Like imagine this grown-ass man, everyone else trying to get to where they're fucking going, and this guy won't shut the fuck up. He won't stop crying like he's a baby that needs a fucking bottle. Just imagine the display.
started losing his shit about how famous he is and how he's used to flying private and having everybody wait on his command. So
is that motherfucker? Is that a purse over here? No. Okay, that's not a purse.
This trip was rough for him. I think he was starting to regret it, not because it was dangerous, but because he wasn't being pampered enough.
Why have we been stuck here for 2.5 hours?
Because that's the nature of the game.
You know what? Genuinely, I forgot what being a normal person is like. And when you're a normal person, you need to have patience. I forgot about that. Because, you know, I get like straight on the jet, straight off the jet. Mr. Tate, right to the front, VIP. I totally forgot the normal people.
The least deserving people on planet Earth. You know what I mean? And this is the treatment that he's used to. It's just, you know, will we ever get common sense? Will we ever really get Schadenfreude, from these goddamn pampered children? You know what I mean?
Have to wait for lines and shit. Lines.
We've been waiting all day.
Waiting.
You know, he's made his fortune being a pimp.
How do you get anything done? I don't have to wait for anything. They give me what I want right away. They're waiting for me. They treat me better than they treat anyone else. All the service, if a location has X amount of service, all the service goes to me and everyone else has to share a fraction of my leftovers. They share the breadcrumbs as I enjoy the feast of service because I'm a globally renowned A-list celebrity.
Globally renowned A-list celebrity. People know you for two reasons. One, for getting your ass kicked. Two, for being a sexual assault a convicted rapist, right? And a fucking pimp.
But on this particular adventure, I'm like a normal man, like a normal guy.
I like it.
No, it's shit. And I forgot how spoiled I am. I cannot wait to get back to the private jet terminal and then hand me a cigar and say, Mr. Tate, your jet's ready, get straight on the plane. Because even the other people who fly private, you're not a celebrity. You may have money, you're not the top. I'm the most loved man alive. So it's like, I've got the best human experience ever. I've got the best life ever. Everyone loves me. My life's fantastic. I live on T-bone steaks, and now I'm being forced to ingest a shit sandwich. The moral...
Whatever fate befalls this man, people will celebrate. There won't be people crying at his funeral. There'll be people, trying to, it'll be like the Wild West after a shootout. They'll be trying to take the fucking boots off his dead corpse. You know what I mean? Most loved man? Most loved man? There'll be people making pilgrimages to his grave to urinate on it.
To this story is that sometimes
it's Simply Steve,
it's good to go back to remember and appreciate.
What the fuck is this? Is this like a Hermes purse? This dude got a purse?
How far you've come and how spoiled you are.
That looks like a lady's purse. That looks like my wife's fucking purse, yo. What the fuck? Look, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with a man, but these guys are like, top G, I'm so masculine, I'm so tough. Oh, is that my Hermes purse? Oh my God. No, I paid $5,000 for that. Oh no, don't scratch my purse. The fuck is this? Pulls this fucking, Zsa Zsa Gabor hat out of his fucking purse. What the fuck? No, there's nothing wrong, with being effeminate. What's wrong is being a hypocrite, right? Oh, I'm so tough. I'm so manly. Oh, do I got lipstick? I got to make sure I have lipstick and rouge in my purse.
But all that, I don't want to go back. I don't want to live like you people. I don't want to not be famous. The best thing ever is to be rich and no one know who you are, said the fucking coward who's afraid of a little bit of jail or a few assassination attempts. No, everyone's going to know who the fuck I am. And everyone's going to know how fucking rich I am. That's what I want.
Yeah,
you know
Lenny,
me. You know my face. The police know me.
I wouldn't have a problem with it if they weren't posturing as like masculine, real men, right? Quote unquote.
Everyone fucking knows me. Random cops.
You know what a real man is? A guy who can change a diaper and light a fire, and build something, fix something. These guys, they couldn't fix a leaky fucking sink.
You
know, that's a real fucking
countries.
man.
I went to Kazakhstan and we got fucking mobbed in Istanbul. I'm the most famous man alive. Everyone fucking knows me. I don't want to go back.
Comment.
That's how I want to stay. Give me my shit pronto. Rich as fuck, A-list, Mr. Important. This experience of going back to being one of you is revolting.
So this trip really hurt his ego.
Right, and the audience that watches him are exactly the people that he's brushing away. And like I said before, imagine unironically watching this and being like, I'm a fan of Andrew Tate. And you're one of these people that he despises. One of the many poor suckers that, you know, that fill his coffers. It's just, you know, I just, you know.
And I think he might have been the one holding everybody up because he also got detained at one point because while they're crossing the border, they had to get off the bus and stand in line to go through customs. But Tate thought he was entitled to waiting on the bus for the line to die down, but they thought it was suspicious, so they ended up detaining him and questioning him, which his response was, "Don't you know who I am?"
So I'm eating crackers in some kind of detention center thing. Everyone was getting off the bus and finding their suitcases. There was a huge line, so I just sat on the bus. Ignored the line, waited for the entire line to go down.
Let's see his fucking disgusting
I just sat on the bus,
mouth.
and because I stayed on the bus when everyone else was off the bus, they assumed I was trying to avoid this check. Swabbing everything down, and they're questioning me and going through my entire history. I'm in some terrorist detention center for some terrorist check.
Look at all like the cosmetic surgery, the fucking the teeth bleaching. You know, he's all done up. He's all done up like a fucking doll.
I'm detained. But I have crackers.
Well, he's got his little crackers. He's like a toddler. He's like a fucking toddler over here. Some fucking 15-year-old, you know, influencer, Instagram influencer over here. I need crackers. I need attention. I gotta make another social media. I gotta make more content for my social media. Give me some crackers. I want a juice.
Welcome to the Middle East. I guess tensions are high for some reason.
Shut the fuck up. I'm so sick and tired of looking at your fucking mouth.
One of the guy goes, no. The other guy goes, yeah, I know you are. I'm like, then why are you detaining me? Well, but you stayed on the bus. It's suspicious.
Where's my
I'm
chalky
like, bro, do you think I'm a
milk?
fucking terrorist? Jesus Christ. Human trafficker, maybe.
But they did finally make it.
He said human trafficker, maybe. Ha 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 ha. Funny. You kidnap and rape young women? Fucking convicted of that shit? Hilarious. Hilarious.
To Dubai, so now everyone there is safe from attacks because the Tate brothers have finally arrived and are going to fight off all the missiles for them.
Right. And this is the treatment that he gets. These opulent experiences his whole life. God. God. My kingdom for some fucking Schadenfreude, man. What is it? What is
and
this
as soon as
room?
they got there, the airport.
It's like Professor Xavier's fucking, room that he uses to search for other mutants. What the fuck is this? Are these TVs? Are these windows? What the hell is this? Children. They're fucking children who rape
And as soon
women.
as they got there, the airport started to open back up, so that whole trip was kind of pointless. But at least the Tates proved how fearless they are. You know, it wasn't easy for
Holy
Andrew,
shit.
but he managed to survive,
Holy
and his
shit.
fans are amazed by it. Like this Tate fan account said, despite the danger, Tate is on his way to Dubai, fearless. And it's funny because
They got their little snacks, their little Red Bull, their little crackers, their fucking chalky milk, their fucking Hermes purses. Real men, top G. Yeah, they're tops. Yeah, they're they're on top, baby. Power tops.
they say Dubai is the safest place in the world, while also at the same time acting like it's a complete war zone Tate is going into. So hopefully Tate and Ian Miles Chong can save Dubai. Let me know what you guys think about it, though.
Right. Thank you to Too Lazy to Try. Once again, excellent channel. You can do no wrong by adding Too Lazy to Try to your algorithm. Hilarious content. I'm sure the Patreon, he's got extra content on the Patreon. Excellent stuff. Couldn't recommend Too Lazy to Try enough. Really can't. Excellent stuff there. I agree, Seneca, and I wish I could give that to you. I'm going to have to do a follow-up stream. Normally, I would do more than 5 hours. I'd try to at least get, 6 or 7 going here. But the wife, she's got a book club meeting, so I gotta get going here. I gotta get rolling. I'd like to give 6, 7. Got my little crackies. So I've got to make more content for my Instagram. I'm used to the good life. I'm used to being pampered. I'm a real man. But no, I'd like to give big props to the person who rated me. Can't remember. Is that Nova? Who rated me? Who actually rated me here? I'd like to give big props to them. Thank you again for that raid. Very much appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Thank you so much. I often don't raid because I don't give a shit, and that's my own problem. So go wherever you want. Go wherever the hell you want. I'm not going to force you anywhere, okay? If I rated anybody, it'd probably be like someone with some big boobs or something. All right? So just go to your favorite titty streamer and pretend like I rated you. Not so erudite. Not so erudite. Thank you, erudite. I appreciate the raid. Thank you to everyone else that's here. Big props to female eunuchs. But no, thank you so much, erudite, for seeing something in me that I don't see in myself. I do appreciate that. Thank you for the support. Thank you for that raid. Raid her back? Don't you end your stream when you raid? Is she streaming again? I don't know. Just go wherever the hell you want. Okay, go get a fucking thing. Go get some crackers and some fucking chalky milk. Okay, I'm not fucking doing any of this shit. Big props to What's a Go. Yeah, Krail of Xandas. I'm going to kidnap you and drag you to another fucking stream. That's what I'm going to do. But no, Krail of Xandas, big props. German Cow, Harry Haas, accidents waiting to happen. Make sure you're following Lenny, folks. If you're new here, Lenny's got some great content. Click follow on that accidents waiting to happen. You can't go wrong. Big props to female eunuchs. Camel Tony, hilarious name once again. Blase, Vinyl Slideshow, you seem cool. Clutch Cargo, Seneca Athena, Homonym, your boy Woke Patriot. Big props to your boy Woke Patriot. Blase once again, Jojo Bot, Ace Fram, Time to Duck, Detroitus. That's a cool name. A play on detritus. That's a cool name. I like that. Big props. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Props to your boy Chem Goblin stopping in, making one comment. But I miss Chem Goblin. I wish we'd see more Chem Goblin. Xenophore, Zivriel. Thank you, Zivriel, for coming in. Thank you for that raid. Nova Sun. Thank you. The person from Russia, I guess they were cool. Thank you, Matry187, for coming in. Very much appreciate it. Your boy Gandalf. Thank you, Gandalf. Appreciate it. Amasnaru, you seem cool. Thank you for coming in. Appreciate the raid. Once again, thank you for that raid. Low Key, OP. Appreciate it. Thank you. Got to make sure you're not saying some bullshit. You seem all right. Gaius. Big props to Gaius once again. Big props to all you lurkers. Thank you to the lurkers out there. You don't want to comment, but you enjoy the content. That view is the most valuable thing you can give me. I'm very appreciative. Clutch Cargo. Thank you, Clutch Cargo. Big props. Once again, Beef Pants. You seem cool. I guess you left. But there's Erudite at the very top. Thank you, Erudite, once again. Energy Dahmer. Crazy Krabby. Oh, no, that's fine, Seneca. Like I said, as long as you're not supporting the Russian invasion in Ukraine, as long as you're not like, Ukraine's a bunch of Nazis, whatever, go crazy. Raider back, yeah, okay. But folks, the reason why we're here, the reason why I exist is to destroy tyranny, to support democracy. The number one way that you can get your country back if you live in the United States and quite frankly live anywhere that supports democracy is to engage in nonviolent direct political action. And I have a simple 3-step program to do that. Step 1, we inform ourselves, which is what we do on the stream. We have a lot of fun. We try to get the right information. We try to find the truth. We try to, figure out what's happening. Sometimes we succeed, sometimes we don't. Step 2, we sign up and show up using tools like mobilize.us. We find a protest movement. We find an activist group that we respect, that we like. We dip our toes. We learn the tools of resistance. We learn the tools of dissent. Okay? We volunteer however we can. Our time, our money, our energy. Because step 3, we got to put in the fucking work. We have to ask ourselves, what are we doing to create political change? How are we doing that? It's just that simple. Steps 1, 2, and 3. So make sure you're doing that, folks. Clutch Cargo likes to point out it's the only thing that's ever fucking worked, and that's so true. Progressive victories. They don't give them, they don't come out of a vending machine. They don't give them to you for free. They are hard-fought victories. Ripped from the fucking clutches of oligarchy. Ripped from the clutches of tyranny. These progressive victories. Unionization. Women's right to vote. Black people getting the right to vote, etc. You got to make activism a lifestyle, or else the fascists will roll over us, because that is their plan. Complete and total enslavement. I'm going to die on my fucking feet. That's the plan for me, and I hope you to join me. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. And free Palestine. I've been Abandoned Nihilism, and this has been the News Underground. Realest motherfucking channel on Twitch. Take care of yourself. It's a lifestyle, bitch. You know I'm gonna die on my motherfucking feet. Take care of yourself. Woke Patriot, big problem.